Alright, we're here. And Trins is trying to make the GT5U hardcore player salty as a motherfucker.
Moo.
Trying to make him cry, aren't you?
Moo.
You know, full on gate everything has to be a thing, right? Allowing them to make aluminum before they make that blast furnace is going to make people cry. Fuck you too, XAR. Alright, so before we get into Trins trying to make the diehards cry, I would like to point out, fuck you too, Ethrin, that if you ever wanted to know how to void a quadruple pipe, just let Trins do an update without warning you ahead of time that, hey, all your shit you did putting in fucking plastic and bronze pipe with acid in it, yeah, that's not going to work. Because it's all going to go bye-bye. I'm guessing we no longer have a valve on the bottom of our tank. So if we had excess...
Actually, I haven't completed the acid stuff for that yet.
Oh, well, guess what? It's still here. And, oh, this is dilute sulfuric acid. Still sulfuric acid. It should have vaporized that tank.
Oh no, I'm saying these tanks still have acid pointing it.
Oh, you haven't changed the tanks yet. Well, you changed the pipe. Because my pipe has gone bye-bye.
Yeah, I did. I forgot I changed it. So that's why I didn't warn you.
Greg gives us an entire update. Notice, this is going to change. Trends? Yeah, fuck that. You shouldn't have put it in there in the first place, you idiot. You knew better. Yeah, that tank is going to go away soon. I'm not letting him melt down an entire Invar fucking tank. Okay, so, first off, again, before we get into shit, okay, now the packager isn't working at all. Why is the packager not working at all? Did you change the power can be sent over somehow?
I just
Cause
have to enable the buttons.
Oh, let's go try it.
I just turned the button on. So.
Okay. So let's see if this is now fixed and not gonna try to oversend shit, which so far it's looking good. Yeah, you gotta love a good melty pipe. It's a new feature in this update. Melty pipes. Hey, Silverleaf. By the way, Silverleaf, I will let you know I talked to Greg today during GT6 testing to verify my information, and his answer was yes. Wood pulp and sawdust are the same thing as far as Greg Tech is concerned. And I'm still kind of confused about your whole chemical reaction wood pulp thingy. We got to discuss that at some point. Okay, so that's working. Holy crap. Speaking of dissolving, my armor is dissolving slowly. I have got to make some new armor. So, aluminium. To make aluminum dust, we need an electrolyzer with coal coke, charcoal, coal, graphite. That's gonna have to change, Trends. Red granite's not gonna be able to give out oxygen and aluminum. You're going to have that put out alumnia. Just
And those two recipes I didn't touch because GT6 didn't have appropriate recipe. Wasn't sure what to do with them.
this recipe should exist in GT6. Unless Greg's giving something else out of red granite. Anyway.
Find it. And the other one is clay.
Now that's one that's going to be a whole different thing. Let me bring up GT6 so we can go over what Greg has done to clay. Because what Greg has done to clay should be reported to, human resources or clay safety something. He's done very bad things to clay. It's very bad. I am liking the look of that machine GUI. Oh, touch it, you. Do not. Do not promote these GUIs. I was just talking to Greg about it. Red clay, white clay, brown clay, gray clay. There's no craponite clay. And that's not the problem, the fact that there's multiple colors. The problem is what he did. No, you don't love the color of those aluminum machines. You agree with me that they're too fucking... Or was it you? Yeah. Thought it was you that was complaining about those the other day. Fucking things are oversaturated as fuck. Okay, carbon dust. And then the clay thing we have to do something with, but we can't do what Greg did in GT6. I am goading you into bringing it up. I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to bitch about the fact that it sucks. Because it sucks. Turn the saturation down. That also means the macerator, when it's HV, is going to give aluminum dust if it's a red granite ore. That's going to have to be dealt with. And the spodumene ores, and all these that are giving aluminum as a output, all of those are going to have to change.
What ore is the byproduct? What ore is that byproduct coming from?
Are you looking at string?
Yeah.
Red granite it's spodumene ore. It's not red granite ore. It's just the spodumene ore. Spodumene ore gives a 10% chance of aluminum dust. So you're gonna have to change that over to alumnia.
Okay.
Are we running out of power?
Probably.
Yeah, we're completely out of power. And we've only got 15 charcoal up there. We can go ahead and turn this on for a little bit. I gotta work on getting more coke ovens and stuff done today. But right now we're in rabbit hole mode. Okay, so spodumene ore needs to change. Yeah, these are all spodumene. Bentonite marble shows that it gives aluminum too. Crushed sapphire ore gives aluminum. That'll have to change. I would have this one just give like green sapphire. That is a thing in GT5 still, I think. Just have it give the other sapphire. That'll be an easy way to fix that. Yeah, all the bentonite ores are going to have to change. Spodumene crushed itself also needs to change. It's not a rabbit hole bear. It's a Greg's fortress with... What the hell kind of tanks are you saying? They look like someone took a cyan crayon and painted the machines. Yeah, I know. Oh, with testing tanks. Yeah. That's a reference to this morning when we went and finished up the Twilight Forest and we found the fucking tanks in the basement of the end castle. Okay. Bentonite, spodumene.
Yeah, I already found all the ores that had alumina. Aluminum is byproduct. Changed it to alumina.
Sapphire needs changed. You got the refined glauconite. That needs changed.
Yeah, I changed all of them that had aluminum.
Okay. Well, then I'll let that go and you can deal with that. You got the sifting, right?
Yeah,
That's in the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't need to look at any of that. He needs to still give me the damn config to get rid of this damn uncrafting table because pisses me off.
Oh, by the way, yes, I hid the disassembler.
You had to what?
I hid the disassembler reason.
Awesome. Now hide that damn uncrafting table. So we have molten aluminum fluoride, we have molten cryolites, alumina dust, and like I said, all of the carbon type things. And then it's going to give you out carbon dioxide and fluorine and your aluminum. So that looks perfect. Oh, before I absolutely fucking forget, GT6. Let's go take a look at GT6 real quick. Sorry I'm jumping all over the place, but y'all know my memory. I will fucking forget. You know, I've only got like 2 bits of memory left in there. And if I don't go check it right now, it's going to get wiped. Memory. What memory? Shut up, you. Do you know how much I complain about how bad Impact has fucked up GT5U? That's going to be how bad people are going to be complaining about this change. I can feel it in my bones. You are going to have people hating all over this. I just want to make sure that's clear. I love it. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Oh, okay. So, like, the aluminum ore is going to be hard changed to alumina ore and all the things that would normally give you, which, by the way, that whole getting aluminum dust, oh, no, never mind. Cancel that thought. Okay, so clay. This is the bastardization that Greg has done to clay. We really need to get poor clay a protective order in GT6. So your clay powder, when you get it, you can dry it into dry clay powder. You can bathe it to make it back into clay balls. And that is about it. Well, you can also cook it into ceramics. That's another thing you can do. But that's basically all you can really do with it, is turn it into dry clay powder. And then your dry clay powder is what you electrolyze. But when you electrolyze that dry clay powder, it's a 238 GU a tick recipe that takes 1,181,432 EU to do. And you only get silicon dioxide and alumina out of it. No lithium, no sodium, just silicon dioxide and alumina. Now, if you want sodium, I think it's sodium. Let's see. So you can take... I honestly don't remember this part. I've got to look. But I know there's a... Yeah. So brown clay powder you can electrolyze. 18 of them, and that'll give you lithium hydroxide and clay powder. Because you'll notice with each one of these different colors that the big ass fucking scientific shit is all the same except for the very beginning. So clay powder is, to Greg and GT6, a generic clay. It has nothing. Brown clay powder is lithium clay. So it has LiOH, lithium hydroxide, bonded to your generic clay. Your red clay powder is potassium hydroxide. So you can take it and throw it into an electrolyzer and get potassium hydroxide. Your bentonite clay, the yellow one, is sodium hydroxide. So you can throw that into an electrolyzer and get sodium hydroxide and clay powder. But notice the amount that it takes to get that one lithium, one potassium, or one sodium. It's 1,500,000 almost for you to electrolyze this. For that one dust. So it is ridiculous. And then you have the... Yes, then you have to get the lithium out of the lithium hydroxide. But remember, in GT6, you don't use plain lithium. If you want a lithium battery, you want to really see how Greg changed shit? Here's how you make a lithium battery. We'll say a regular old LV lithium battery. Would you like lithium cobalt or lithium manganese? Because there is no lithium battery anymore. You have two. You have lithium manganese, you have lithium cobalt. We'll go with the easier of the two. So you need a circuit, a lithium cobalt cell, battery alloy, and a tin cable. All lithium batteries require a circuit. To make the cell, you need to fill an empty cell with hydrochloric acid. To make the cell, you need lithium perchlorate. We'll get into that bullshit in a second. Because hold your fucking beer, because that's a pain in the ass. You need a graphite rod, which, by the way, graphite cannot be turned into a rod in any way but extruding it at 512. You can only extrude a graphite dust into a rod. You lose 50% of your graphite in this process at 512. So you have to get titanium processing in GT6 before you can even make this battery. Okay, back to our annoyance here. Plastic sheets, a cobalt rod, I think that's tier 4 or higher circuit, and then a curved battery alloy plate and a curved chromium plate is how you make that empty cell. Now, the lithium perchlorate. This is going to be so much easier to not do that way. Hold on. let me run my ass the hell over here and walk you through the machines rather than trying to go through NEI. So, you get your lithium hydroxide, or you get your lithium usually as lithium chloride. That's where it comes out of your tungstate ore. So this is my tungsten processing line here, and at the end it gives me lithium chloride. And then that lithium chloride has to go into an electrolyzer with water, and that gives us lithium hydroxide. There are some things that can give you lithium hydroxide, so you would want to input it here. But then your lithium hydroxide needs to be mixed with chlorine, and that gives you lithium perchlorate. What the fuck does it give? Shit. Let me look it up. The different things, there's like 3 different lithium things. Lithium oxide, lithium hydroxide. There we go. Lithium hydroxide in a mixer will give you lithium chloride, which gives you water and molten lithium chlorate. And then your lithium chlorate needs to go in another electrolyzer, which is this one you see over here to my right, where you need to put oxygen and molten lithium chlorate in there, and that gives you your lithium perchlorate. Now you'll notice that here it's giving you 360 liters of lithium chlorate and 5 lithium chloride. So that 5 lithium chloride then has to get looped back up into here and sent back into this one, and it's an endless fucking loop of trying to get just that little bit of lithium chloride out that you can send over here to make your lithium perchlorate for batteries. So this is just a endless loop of bullshit here until you get what you need. And apparently this system is currently out of chlorine, so it's not running. Otherwise it would still be running this other 65. But that'll deal with it in time, and as you can see, I really don't need it. But there's very little uses for actual lithium. You'll notice here that you can mix it with water to make lithium hydroxide and hydrogen, and that's it in the mixer. You can roast it down to lithium oxide, which as far as I know has no use. You can mix lithium oxide, or you can electrolyze lithium oxide to make lithium dust and oxygen. That's just a way of getting rid of it. You can cook it into a lithium nugget. No idea why the fuck that's a thing. You can use it to make dash. That's the only real reason I know that you'd ever want pure lithium, is to make dash, because Greg decided to add his own dash recipe so you don't have to go to Mars to get it. But that is boron dust, lanthanum dust. This comes from rare earth, by the way. Neodymium dust, niobium dust, cobalt dust, serum dust, which again I think comes from the rare earth stuff, and then lithium. So you put all that together and you get dash. Now, we were talking the other day about what processes Greg has made chemical change for. Here's niobium. So out of your tantalum, or not tantalum, tantalite. Tantalite. There, that's Constantine. Tantalite. So your tantalite, when you electrolyze that, you get tantalum pentoxide and pyrolusite. You don't get any niobium stuff anymore, and you don't get straight tantalum. To get the niobium, you need columbite, I believe it is. Let me look here at this and make sure I'm not talking shit. I think it's columbite. Yeah, you need columbite to give you niobium pentoxide, which columbite is a byproduct of coltan, and coltan is, or however the hell you say it, it is also, if we go to the centrifuge, it gives tantalite and columbite. So typically you don't mine tantalite anymore. You actually mine coltan, but there is some tantalite still in the world in other veins. But this is how you typically get your tantalite and your columbite. So you have to centrifuge this to get those two. This you go for tantalum, and this gets you your niobium. So the columbite you put in an electrolyzer, it gives you niobium pentoxide and pyrolusite. Niobium pentoxide, you need molten aluminum in a bath with it, and it gives you niobium and alumnia. So then you have to process the alumnia back into aluminum, and then melt the aluminum down, put it back in here, and that's how you get your niobium. Very simple process, not a big deal. Now we'll look at tantalite. By the way, everything you see from here over to here, all of this, both sides, is tantalite. It's a little bit of a bitch. So 8 tantalite gives you tantalum, pentoxide, and pyrolusite. Your pentoxide needs to go into a mixer with potassium fluoride and hydrogen fluoride, which gives you potassium heptafluorotantalate and water. Your potassium heptafluorotantalate then needs to go into a bath that gives you 1 tantalum crystal, 10 sodium fluoride, and 4 of that potassium fluoride. So then your sodium fluoride, you then electrolyze down into sodium and fluorine, so you can take your fluorine and mix it back with hydrogen to make your hydrogen fluoride. And then your potassium fluoride you send back into the original process that you had for making the potassium heptafluorotantalate. This one is just a loop. You originally have to make the potassium fluoride, but after that, it's just a closed loop and just loops around the process. So you need potassium carbonate and hydrogen fluoride to make that. And it gives you a bit of water. So this is where my tantalum pentoxide comes in. Then it runs through here. You can see there's 8 sitting there waiting. Here's the bath, which, by the way, the bath has to have molten sodium in it. Forgot about that part of the process. And then this is where it comes over here. This is where it gets electrolyzed and gives you your tantalum crystals. And then this is where the sodium gets melted back down and gets sent back over here to go back in the bath. And this is where I make my fluorine and hydrogen back into hydrogen fluoride. So it's a whole big fucking thing to do all that shit. So you were asking about what other processes Greg has messed with. Well, there you go. But again, I don't know if you want to mess with the clay quite the same way that Greg did, because you don't have 100 million different clay types like Greg does.
I was thinking just more like maybe I would do the triclassP plus lithium and sodium.
What I was thinking was, as of now, you have the old GT4 and so on recipe. That's what this is. It gives you water here. So you could change this aluminum to aluminum alumnia, which means that you're going to have extra hydrogen. So you could take the hydrogen and put it with the lithium. So you would just have an extra step. You would have lithium hydroxide and alumnia instead of the water. And then you would just have to add a recipe if there isn't one already. I'm looking to see. Yeah, you'd have to add a recipe that would change out, or that would electrolyze the lithium hydroxide into lithium and hydrogen. But that would be pretty easy to just change this base recipe over. And if there's extra oxygen, you just throw it into the silicon and it should give you silicon dioxide instead of silicon. So that you have to process your silicon dioxide to get your pure silicon. Give me just a second, because apparently my USB cable is screwing up again. I think it's that one. Okay, fixed. I got a break in one of my USB cables, and I keep getting a warning that I'm getting a power surge through the cable. And I don't want it fucking up my computer. So that is what Greg has done to poor old Clay. And remember, oh no, that's not, it was salt that we used for the earlier batteries. So never mind. Okay, so back to aluminum. So, electrolyze, you need alumnia. And to get alumnia, you have, this is going to come out of that ore, I do believe, which we'll look at here in a minute, because these come out of as pure and unpure. You have a dehydrator that will turn aluminum hydroxide into alumnia and distilled water. And your aluminum hydroxide comes from bathing. Sodium aluminate. I'm not sure why there's two of that recipe. Oh, because you can use distilled water or regular water. Now, Greg does have potassium aluminate as well. I just never use potassium aluminate. I always use the sodium aluminate because it's easier to deal with. Getting the sodium hydroxide. So I'm perfectly fine with this being the only one, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware that
it's just I didn't feel like adding the materials for that.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason to. You already have sodium hydroxide. There's no reason to fuck with the potassium one. So that is how you get this in the bath. You'll notice that this bath now does not have a time on it. Bathing is not a chemical bath that takes power or it doesn't have a power. It only has a duration. He changed this over to the GT6 way of doing it, that you don't need to fucking agitate your bath. It just stick the stuff in and it bathes it. And then the sodium aluminate comes from autoclaving your bauxite and sodium hydroxide. This is one thing that's different from GT6, because in GT5 the autoclave is powered, and so then it creates its own steam on board. So you put in water rather than setting up a boiler below it that creates steam, because we don't have boilers that output quite the same as what GT6 has. They output, but not the same. Because you don't have the firebox and the boiler. And I'm perfectly fine with this being the way it is. It's the way the GT5U autoclave was made. So your bauxite, sodium hydroxide, that gives you your sodium aluminate. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, though, you're missing something. You are going to have to give 2 more slots to your autoclave, because there should be rutile and the other stuff that gives...
the recipe does have that, but this autoclave doesn't have the slots.
Right.
So
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're going to have to add some slots to your autoclave for that. But at least the recipe's that way. And then, you know, you just break down your bauxite like normal. Let's actually... I don't know why I just did that. Let's look at alumina. Where in the hell? That's pure alumina. Where in the hell is the actual... Oh, it probably got added to the very end. No. What the fuck is it? I can't spell it. I don't know how to spell it. There it is. Alumina. So, ways that we can get that without having to go through bauxite. We have the pure stuff, the impure stuff. We have the dehydrator we just looked at. We have Grosseler, which gives alumina now. Which, by the way, you need to get rid of this oxygen, because you're adding oxygen in here. So this shouldn't give oxygen anymore, because your formula is not going to be correct. Because that's aluminum oxide, trioxide, whatever the fuck. That Al2O3, that's alumina, if I remember correctly. And you've already got your silicon dioxide over here, so I do believe all of that oxygen needs to go. Otherwise, that chemical formula...
I got the recipe from GT6. I modified all of them off GT6 except for the play one.
Is it? Let me go look. I absolutely could be wrong, but the way that looks... Because it literally shows in the chemical... Oh, I didn't see the one at the end. You might be absolutely right. Because it does say Al2O3 5, which is your 5 alumina. And then Ca3, which is your 3 calcium. Silicon dioxide. And oxygen 3. So you should have 3 liters of oxygen. Or 3,000 liters of oxygen. You're right. I'm wrong. Fuck you. Topaz, yeah, that's a normal thing. Sodalite, which gives chlorine. Lazurite, almandine, sapphire, glauconite, spessartine, tantalite, blue topaz. Now, before I do this, let me back up here. So this is 90. That's MV. So you're going to have MV before you can do this way. Okay, I wanted to make sure of that. So your first aluminum, you're going to have to set up the full process for bauxite all the way through. In a surprise twist, Bear is always wrong one way or another. Hush it, you. Bear's always right. You've read the rule. You know how it reads. Okay, so green sapphire, you can actually get alumnia without, because it's only 30 EU. So you technically could get around setting up to bauxite in the beginning if you really wanted to with green sapphire.
I also can just mine alumina ore too.
20. Yeah, that's a thing in this one that's going to be different. I'm just looking at different things that are going to be okay. Just making sure there isn't any hidden little exploits anywhere. Because yeah, you still have alumnia ore, which is fine. Alright, Silverleaf. Let's go see how our power's doing. I've been running my mouth and wasting our stuff here. Get all that out of there. How is our oh, somehow we got a small one in there. I'm not even sure how the hell it came out, because it's only supposed to give it out if there are, well, technically that shouldn't have even been in there, because this is only supposed to do pyrite or tiny. So
Okay,
how
notice there's a hopper next to it.
Hello, motherfucker.
I thought I did better than putting any of them in there, but the fact that there was only one of them in here would have meant that there would have had to have been 9 of them in there. So it's really weird that that was in there. Because I don't think there was 9 small rubies to have been in there. But we'll ignore that one for now. What are you up to, crazy woman? Alright. And the major thing that's going to make people grumpy is the fact that you can now just cook your aluminum with no blast furnace. And I want to look at what that's going to mean for gating things. Because everything you're going to need to do... Oh, wait a minute. I know one way we could change it, and you would still need the blast furnace. If you change this recipe to take stainless, like what Greg did in GT6, if you make the bath take stainless, you would have to make stainless steel in the blast furnace before you can make your aluminum. So then you couldn't jump straight to an MV macerator, MV electrolyzer, if that matters to you. That's one way you could do it.
Yeah, I mean,
because as of right now, if I wanted to make, say, an MV macerator, if I set up all the aluminum processing, I would have to have a basic circuit. I can do that handcrafting. I can do that handcrafting. So I technically could jump straight from a bronze macerator, the steam version, all the way to MV without having to make any processing stuff other than the aluminum processing. I could skip a lot of LV if I was somebody that skipped LV machines and leveled my machines up. That would give me the ability to only have to make the aluminum processing line to then skip to MV if I wanted to.
Yeah, I might change the recipe of the bath.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to change the ID too so that it has the stainless steel texture.
Okay. And that kind of would be necessary as well, depending on what all recipes you decide to put in this bath. Because if you're doing the the thing with where's that? This one, right? No. If we do the vitriol change, you're going to be putting acid into this. And if you want to stay consistent, you shouldn't, like right here, you have hydrochloric acid in this bath with scheelite for the tungstic acid, which, by the way, this is changed now from GT5U's way of doing tungsten to GT6's way of doing tungsten. So you now get tungstic acid and calcium chloride, and then you dry your tungstic acid into tungsten trioxide and distilled water, and then you run in a chemical reactor the tungsten trioxide and hydrogen that gives you your tungsten dust and your water, and then you have to blast furnace your tungsten as per usual. So that has also been pulled from GT6, which I like, because I never liked the whole electrolyzer with hydrogen thing and needing EV to do it. I always felt that was a little weird. If I'm remembering it correctly, that was a GT5U change, not a GT5. I think Greg had it much more simpler in GT5. But I like that way of changing the tungsten. So yeah, I definitely suggest changing that, and then because that's the one thing that a lot of people really like about GT5 and don't like about GT6 is GT6 is more like a box of Legos. Where Greg gives you all the different building blocks you could ever want, and you put them together and make whatever it is you want. There's no real gating. There's a couple few hard gates in GT6, but there's not a lot of them. Like, most of your metals are smelted in a crucible. Even tungsten, you can smelt it just in a crucible. You do have to upgrade your crucible to a crucible that can handle a higher one, so that's one of your small gates there, is the crucible. And as he changes different materials processing, it changes the gating, because now you have to go through that whole tantalum thing to get to the tantalum crucible, to be able to smelt the tungsten. So it's gotten a little more gated in there. But for most of the other things, if you really wanted to like go for aluminum super early, you could do it. Most of the hard gating has been removed, and he's just giving you a nice open plane to play with as you like. Now, I'm somebody that enjoys gating, and I'm someone who enjoys having to process through different things. So I appreciate the gating in GT5. When I started doing GT6, I had a huge issue with the fact that everything was open and I didn't have to do this before I did that to get to this to get to that. And it's changed a lot over time. Like, we used to be able to, it used to be that, from remembering everything properly, you made tungsten, you make tungsten before you make aluminum in GT6, which is completely ass backwards to GT5. And that really drove me nuts, because you need the smelter, needed the smelter for the, or you had to do some stupid bullshit with a crucible that we're not even going to get into, because I absolutely hate that crap of having to make a stainless steel fucking crucible and moving things by hand, and fuck that shit. But you pretty much had to do tungsten and then aluminum and then titanium, which fucked with my gating from GT5. But things have changed a little bit, and things are a little more balanced out, I guess, in GT6. But in here, you know, you have to do this before you can do that, and you have to do that before you can do this thing. And there's not a whole lot of ways of jumping. If you guys remember my testing, I've been working through being able to make this HV macerator all the way through, and I kept looking at how can I jump straight to this HV macerator, and I kept finding, okay, well, I want to do this, so I need the blast furnace. I got the blast furnace, so I can make the stainless steel. So I'm going to make the stainless steel, then I can make my HV macerator. Oh, well, now that I got the stainless steel, then I need the fucking circuit. So now I got to make the stuff to make the circuit, because I can't do the circuit in the normal way. So, or in an LV stuff. So I need MV. So I got to cook the aluminum. I got to make the LV press. I got to make the LV or the MV press, the MV laser. You know, there was all kinds of work that I had to do so I could just make this macerator. In GT6, if I wanted to make a HV macerator, which would be a titanium crusher or a titanium shredder, because GT6 is not an IC2 add-on, so it broke the macerator into two separate machines, because crushing and shredding is two different things, so it should be in two different machines as far as Greg is concerned. You would just need a titanium macerator, and you could actually run that titanium macerator off of steam because of how GT6 works. So all you would have to do to get to an HV macerator in GT6 is make titanium, which is a bit of a process, but it's not that difficult to do. It would be, and you don't need circuits for it, because there's no circuits in machines for the most part in GT6. There's a few of them, but most of the machines are mechanical. They don't need circuits. That's why most of them can be ran by KU, RU, stuff like that, you don't have straight EU. Like the Crusher in GT6 is a kinetic unit machine. It just uses a basic piston style engine on the back of it. And that's what makes it, crush. The shredder is an RU machine, rotational engine. It just uses a either steam turbine or a electric motor to turn the shredding gears inside of it that do the thing. You don't need electricity for that either. You can run both of them off electricity, but it's the power supplying unit that does it, not the machine. And no, before anybody asks, I am most definitely not going to try to convince Trins to change GT5 in any way over to that kind of stuff. It would completely break the way GT5U was, and it's not what GT5U was meant to be, or even GT5. GT5 is more about the progressing and the
that
gaining.
would be far out of scope.
Yeah, that would be far and away out of the scope of what this should be. I don't feel putting the processings that he has done up to this point, I don't feel those changes are really out of reach. Because if you look back at what Bloody did when Bloody took over GT5 and made it GT5U, he changed oil processing. He changed circuit processing. He completely rewrote oil processing to where you get the light stuff. If you go back and look at the original GT5, your oil would give you diesel directly out, sulfuric acid, and a few other things. I can't remember right offhand exactly what it was. Similar to what GT6 does, but not the same. He completely rewrote it to where you get this sulfuric heavy fuel, sulfuric light fuel, sulfuric naphtha, and sulfuric gas, which then each one of these things have to be ran through a chemical reaction to desulfonize your fuels. Which I would like to say there's one thing that GT6U did that I would like to propose be added, because I have set up the entire processing thing to be able to desulfonize these fuels and automate a distillation tower to have each one of the heavy fuel, light fuel, gas things. GT6U add a desulfonizer multi-block where you could pump. They fucked it up, don't get me wrong, they missed the slot, but you could pump all of your sulfuric fuels into this multi-block with the hydrogen, and it would give you out the hydrogen sulfide and the fuels. And because GTi has nanopole pipes, that's completely possible in here as well. And most people that play GT5U or will be playing GTi love multi-blocks. Multi-blocks are great. And so I don't say get rid of this recipe, to where if you wanted to do it the old way, you could still set up, 4 separate chemical reactors one for each of these, pumping hydrogen into each one. If you like that type of spider array of machines. But I would love for there to be a desulfonization multi-block. And I can show you the way it was built in GT6U if you're interested, Trends. But it's basically just a 3x3 stainless steel thing that it's like a big chemical reactor. It would kind of be like the multi-block chemical reactor, or I think it's called a large chemical reactor. I don't even know if you guys have that in here, do you?
No, yeah, a lot of the multi-block machines aren't implemented other than
Oh, okay.
generators and stuff.
It's similar to the multi-block chemical reactor that GT5U has, except it doesn't use Teflon, because that's how you did it in, if I'm remembering it correctly, in GT5U, and it was for doing like multiple processes at one time of the same recipe and being able to overclock them easier. Where this would be doing multiple chemical reactions in one machine. So you would just basically have, it would be like be similar but different. You get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be something that I would actually enjoy. But back to oil. So he changed oil to this whole process of doing all these, and then your sulfuric fuel to your heavy fuel, polytetrafluoroethylene. Yeah, Teflon. That's the chemical name for the brand of Teflon. Have you seen some of the multi-blocks in New Horizons? They are crazy even for me. No, I have not, because you haven't made me a build of New Horizons that will work without the magic mods installed. If you hack me a version of their shit that I can run without the magic mods, or tell me it's possible now where it wasn't possible 4 years ago, and I can just pull them out of there, I want to load up GT New Horizons just to, poke at it with a stick and see what all they have done to GT5U. That's why I'm doing Impact, is because they have made some crazy multi-blocks as well. And I want to see what they are, how you make them, what they do. I'm just having a lot more fun laughing at how stupid they are, that you need to you can't put a log in a macerator and make wood pulp, because apparently to them wood pulp and sawdust is a different thing, and you have to have a sawmill for that. If you want to go see me rant and rave about all their stupidity, you go watch the live streams. Footage on YouTube. Yes, I cocked my head, did a smile, and put thumbs up. Shut up. I talk with my hands. If you pull out the questing mod 2, I think you can run it. You won't get progression hints then, though. I don't need progression hints. I'll figure it out on my own. I like poking things with a stick. You try it, Ethrin. You take New Horizons. You rip out fucking Witchery, Blood Magic. I prefer Thumbcraft to come out as well, but it's not a have to be done. Because I do believe I can go in the config and change the... I don't like the taint biomes. The taint biomes will piss me off. But I know enough about them, I think I can deal with them. It's the hungry nodes that really piss me off and I don't want to have to deal with. So if that can come out too, greatly appreciate it. But the main two that can't be in there is Witchery and Blood Magic. I will not play a pack that have them installed. Whether I have to play with them or not, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to see them. I don't want to know they exist. Only one person has ever gotten me to play a pack that has witchery in it, and she thinks she's fucking special. And I stopped playing it as soon as somebody used one of those stupid poppets on my ass. I don't deal with that voodoo bullshit. Eat my ass. Anyways, so heavy fuel, you then have to run through... Wait a minute. He's missing them. Heavy fuel and light fuel for diesel. Eh? Okay, I understand there's no cracking unit. So this was ham-fisted in to give you diesel.
Should be a cracking unit used.
If there is, I don't see where you crack your heavy fuel and light fuels down to the other stuff. Let me close up GT6 completely here for a second. And let me bring up... yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no hydro or steam cracking. That's missing. So let me bring up GT5.
Yeah, there's a cracking unit multi-block.
Well, nobody's wrote the fucking recipes for it.
Recipes. It's
just not the right ones?
Possibly.
All right, well, I can do the, let's see, cracking. Cracking unit, recipes. Ethylene and steam give you... What the fuck is that? Ethane how the fuck do you even say that? Ethane diol. I have no fucking idea what that is. And hydrogen. Isn't that supposed to be ethylene to ethanol? I don't remember. We'll look at GT5U. It's loading in the background. Butadiene and steam gives you ethanol and ethane. Butene steam gives you methanol and propanol. Propene and steam gives you propanol. Butadiene, hydrogen gives you butane. Propane, steam, methanol, ethanol, hydrogen, propane. Okay, how do you get propane? From butane in the cracking unit, distillation, hydrocracked light fuel. That's what I'm looking for right there. That's the issue. They added all the recipes that are needed after, but they didn't add the first fucking recipe. You need the hydrogen, the hydrocracked light fuel, the hydrocracked naphtha, the hydrocracked heavy fuel, or the steam cracked light, heavy, and naphtha. They're just missing a step. So you just need to add those recipes in, and it looks like it should be okay, because then you're going to get from the hydro, which again, there should be hydro and steam versions of both of these. That'll give you your light, your naphtha, then your butane, your propane, your ethane, and your methane. But this is the whole thing that I was, talking about. The reason why we're in here is for this. If you wanted to get to diesel, you would have to go through this. Where in GT5, you just got that out of your distillation. So there's all kinds of crazy shit that he changed for processing of oil. And then you have the whole circuit thing that he redid that we have kind of reverted a bit. Do you want Britannia gone too? Yeah, I don't need that in there. I'm not going to touch any of that crap. Anything magic based, just rip it the fuck out. I just need GT. And, like, I need the big 4, big 5, whatever the fuck it is. Alright, so I'm in GT5 world here. Let's bring up oil again in this one. And we'll go with... Oh, crap, I forgot I'm in cheat mode here. So, let's unfix up my fuck up. Get the right thing. Okay, so crude oil. Oh, that doesn't... That's BC's oil that apparently doesn't show the... I don't know why this isn't showing the recipe for... why is that not showing the recipe? Let's go with... That's fish oil. Yeah. Heavy oil will work fine. Because in here you either get light heavy or regular. What the hell is going on? Why are my recipes not... Something didn't load right. I'm not getting all of my distillation recipes. Let's do heavy. Heavy oil tank, heavy oil. There's the distillery, there's the distillation tower. That's what I'm looking for. So, you get your sulfuric naphtha, your sulfuric gas, your sulfuric heavy fuel, your sulfuric light fuel. You run that shit through your chemical reaction that gives you your light fuel, your hydrogen sulfide. Your light fuel, you can mix with glycerol, and that'll give you nitrodiesel. That's because I hate the cetan boosted shit, requiring you to have a fucking fish farm. I like Greg's old nitrodiesel, so I have a special build or a special mod that just adds this one recipe for me, so you can make glycerol into nitrodiesel instead of that cetan boosted shit. We'll ignore that for now. This is the cetan boosted shit in the chemical reactor with the nitric acid. And then you have your oil cracker. So you have hydrogen and light fuel makes hydrocracked light fuel. And you have steam and light fuel that makes your steam cracked light fuel. And then you take your steam cracked light fuel, that gives you heavy fuel, naphtha, butadiene, benzene, toluene, methane, ethylene, and propene. And then it also gives a small pile of carbon dust, but fuck off. And then your hydrogen cracked gives you naphtha, butane, methane, ethane, and propane. So there's reasons to run one over the other. I typically would do just one of them. I would make a cracking unit for my heavy fuel, my light fuel, and then decide if I was doing steam or hydrogen. And I typically, if I'm remembering correctly, I did not like the hydro cracked. I liked the steam cracked. So I did this one, so I had to deal with all of this shit. I don't remember now what the reasons was before it. I haven't looked at these ratios in forever to know what you get better from each, but that's what GTI is missing right now, is just getting the steam cracked and the hydro cracked. Let me get back into GTI now. Was there anything else I need to look at in there?
I don't think so.
Okay. But basically that was my my thing for why I don't have an issue with Trinz changing the aluminum to GT6, is everybody has their own take on, and I know I'm cringing myself saying this, everybody has their own take on the way GregTech should be. And the only way that you would be able to say this is GregTech is if you were making a direct copy of, with no changes, of how Greg has GT6 at that time. Because that GregTech is changing as Greg changes things. You can take a snapshot of GT4, you can take a snapshot of GT5, GT1, 2, 3 if you want, and say this is GregTech at that point. So again, this is driving me nuts that I'm about to say this. Things change. Greg himself has changed, and Greg himself has changed what GregTech is and how it works. And so taking an old concept and changing it is perfectly fine, as long as you keep it at least in the spirit of that type of build. And I feel that this aluminum change is doing that. And yes, I know people are going to give me shit about the fact that I bitch about ArchTech and GTCEU and Impact and other things. Fuck off. I'm allowed to have my opinion, and my opinion is allowed to be different. I don't like the way that they have done things. I don't even like the way GT5U did the change to oil and circuits, but never bothered to fix the ore processing. I fought GT5U for years, probably 4 years. I fought with Bloody about fixing that. And every time I did, I got, the community disagrees with it. The community likes the way it is now. We would have to change ore generation because there isn't enough of the ores in the world to sustain the way that it is, the way that you're talking of fixing it. So then they ham-fixed it in all of those stupid changes, putting everything in the fucking blast furnaces and but never really fixed they kept trying to do band-aid fixes, but their band-aid fixes were never fixing the problem. The band-aids fell off and it was just, festered underneath. It needed to be properly fixed. Trinz has luckily heard my complaint and has fixed it in here, and I like it. Because there's plenty of ores out there. The world is infinite. You don't need more of them. You just got to go mine more of them, which people hate.
And also, I'm also going to be adding bedrock veins too eventually. So
yeah, and that'll definitely make a change for it as well, because then you can just get infinite of that one type of ore, depending on which way you do it. If you do it the way that GT5U did it, or you do it the way GT6 does it, because they both did it in... Okay, I was going to say, because they did them in different ways. I think people would prefer it if the miner from GT5U was still done the same way, but changing the way the ores are, the bedrock spots, the GT6 way, because the miner in GT5, well, hold on a minute. Am I talking out of my ass here? Yes, I'm talking out of my ass. The miner in GT5U mined real world veins, but it required drilling fuel, and it actually had to go through and remove the blocks. There wasn't a bedrock miner in GT5U. But then they decided to add the single block miners, which I completely don't understand. If you have a multi-block that automatically crushes your ore, drilling fluid, and it replaced the removed blocks with cobble. Correct. Which it should replace the removed blocks with cobble if you feed it concrete, in my opinion, but that's a whole nother issue, and I never used this thing much. XAR used it all the time because he's not a mining person. I like mining. But in GT6, your bedrock miner is just a multi-block that you feed power and lubricant into, and it infinitely mines. The problem is that it infinitely mines at a slow pace because you have a random chance of getting the actual ore, and the rest of the time you get stones. So even though it's infinite, it's not infinite at a infinite amount, if that makes sense. It's a trickle amount rather than a you do this, you get all you're ever going to need. No, you're going to get all you're ever going to need, but it's going to take you time to do it because it's going to trickle in little by little over time. So if you need, say 1 million of this ore in the next day, you may have to set up multiple of them to get that amount in that time. Or you can get 1 million of them from one. It's just going to take you, say, a week rather than a day. So there's a bottleneck of how quickly you can get it, but it's still infinite. And I like that. But I like the way that GT5U did the multi-block miner. I like the structure of it, where it actually looked like a drilling rig type thing. Where GT6, it's just a big fucking blob. It's just a big titanium block sitting on top of tungsten steel. That's what... Oh, fuck, I think I got the hiccups. That's one thing I'm not very big on in GT6 is... And Greg did it for performance reasons because 1710 is performant hell. But he took away the dynamics of the multi-blocks. Everything is pretty much built out of one block. The distillation tower is literally distillation tower parts and a controller, and then the heat acceptors underneath it. You need 3 blocks. Where in the distillation tower in GT5, GT5U, and GTi, you need the stainless steel casings, the controller, the solid output bus, the liquid output buses, multiple of them, the energy hatch coming in, and the liquid input. So it was more dynamic on how you built them. You had to build more than just, make 30 of this one block and blob them out there, and then they're just going to look like whatever the hell they're made out of. I don't get me wrong. the electrolyzer is cool. GT6's Disco Light electrolyzer, I love that thing. And the centrifuge isn't bad either. It at least has a big centrifuge looking thing on the top of it. But for a lot of the other ones, like the heat exchanger, you can't tell that motherfucker is a heat exchanger. You walk up to it and all you literally see, if you have Waya on, is tungsten. I think is it dense tungsten wall? It's tungsten walls. Whether it's dense or otherwise, you just see that it's tungsten walls because the actual controller is up under its ass where all of the brain work is done. You don't have an actual controller on the front. You don't have like the GT6 heat exchangers have where you can see they light up because they're doing things. They got hot shit in them. You know, I like the single block heat exchangers. Don't get me wrong, the GT5U heat exchanger, I hate that thing. This literally has nothing to do with the fact that I blew the motherfucker up. I'm not hating because I fucked up. Yes, I kind of am. But fuck you. I still don't like it. It was a big, fucking titanium looking block. It was kind of the same thing as, you know, GT5. I like when they're built in a more dynamic way, which is the reason why I'm trying Impact, because they made a lot of those multi-blocks a little more dynamic. I also like it when they take multiple blocks, because then my build videos get a whole lot more views, because it's a whole lot harder to build a GT5U multi-block than it is a GT6. Ain't nobody need to look at how to build a distillation tower in GT6. If you can't figure that out from the tooltip, you're an idiot. How to build a boiler, a large boiler, this big motherfucker out here in GT5U. Many people have watched that video because you can fuck this up in many different ways. And honestly, that's the one that's gotten me the most views. And the reason is that fucking muffler on the top. You will not believe how many people I have had to tell to wrench that fucking muffler upwards. This motherfucker right here has caused more problems to more people because they put the damn thing in and it's turned that way, or that way, or that way. And it completely voids the fucking thing and does not work. But I also think that, you know, this looks better. I like the look of GT5 and GT5U multi-blocks. If you've ever seen the Bedrock Miner in GT6, you'll understand. It's not good. I don't like it. It's boring. At least he did a two-tone system. You've got tungsten steel on the bottom, titanium on the top, so at least it's not all one block. And holy fuck, the recipe to build that thing. Fuck off with all the diamonds you need for that son of a bitch. That thing eats an entire fucking diamond vein. But anyways, don't we have work we're supposed to be doing today, or am I just standing around with my thumb in my ass running my yapper?
Should be doing some work, you know.
I really should be doing some work at some point today. Thumb in your ass, obviously. Hey, it's fall. Maybe it's getting cold. It needs to warm up. Yeah, remember, Zycor just wants attention. He's a dork. Just ignore him like I do. It's just easier than trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about, why the fuck he's talking about it, you know. Just ignore it. My old man taught me years ago. ignore the words of idiots and children. I'm not quite sure which classification I put him in, but it's one of the two. Alright, so we're not going to actually start on the aluminum processing today because we obviously have tons of aluminum from last time. We do need to test actually making it. But we're going to wait until he gets the bath changed over to stainless. And we still have some important shit we got to get done here. What the hell is he doing? Put your ass away.
I was looking at the items in there. I think there actually might be small dust in the buffer.
Oh, you can actually see what's in the buffer.
So that's probably why there's small dust in the in here.
Is there small dust in there?
I mean, I think so. It's not hard to tell because all I see is just the icons. But
That 8 at the very bottom, second one over, that might be a small one. We can actually let it run through what all's in there, put a chest next to it, and change it over to 1. And just let it all flow out and see if I fucked up. But I don't think I did. What I should have done is I should have put this hopper up here on the type filter. And then it wouldn't allow the smalls in. That would have been a lot smarter thing to do since there's a chance of there being smalls mixed in some of these boxes. But I thought I could get around it. And we still have boxes over here somewhere of smalls. Tinies right here. We got to make sure these dark ash don't go in there. But we still got that box we got to feed in there as well. We still need to make another type filter for smalls so we can get the smalls taken care of as well. We don't get them very often, but we do get them from time to time, mainly from the roaster is going to give us a lot of them. And the lathe is going to give us some too. But we need to work on getting power.
Oh, you mean
making lenses? The lathe will give it to us.
Oh, yeah.
But we need to work on power issues. Did you get the controller cover working yet?
Yeah, it should work.
Okay. Where in the hell did I put that thing? Do you have any idea?
How would I know?
I made one. I tried to put it on the... Oh, that's shutter. Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. Redstone machine controller. Let's see if I can get it on here now. Hey, it goes on there. Beautiful. So now that should be shut off. Now, the only issue is we still can't control that because we don't have the energy sensor cover. We need the energy sensor cover.
Yeah.
That way we can tell how much is in our batteries. But I can, instead of having to turn off this damn thing manually now. Oh,
is there any like
this
special logic to how the energy cover works, or is it just math?
Now, Ethrin XAR, focus, motherfuckers. You two are way more GT5 than I am for this kind of stuff. I didn't do a whole lot of redstoning back in GT5. I learned most of my redstoning stuff in GT6. It would check the buffer or the batteries or both. I never understood a reason why you would need to check the buffer or the batteries or both. To me, it would only make sense. What does this block hold? That's what's important. So, yes, it did, but I don't know why. What exactly the fuck is that thing you just sent me, Ethrin? Because that's how it's implemented. Yes, that's how it's implemented, but is there a reason why Trins would need to add those settings? Here, let me grab a energy cover. Energy detector. That is the right one, right? I think that's the right one. Get rid of this crap. I'm used to the one in GT6. Cover. All of those are supposed to be hidden. I don't know why they're there. So you got need maintenance cover, crafting table cover. Okay, so the rest aren't under covers. Okay, so it must just be this one. Let me get a battery box. Low voltage battery buffer. That'll work. So we'll sit that down. We'll put this on here. Yeah, that looks right. And then we need a screwdriver. And inverted universal storage. Give me a whole set of these. Yeah, it's only going to do one at a time. I know. Hey, why are you... Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Normal electricity storage. Inverted electricity storage. That is a setting that needs to be. So you can have it give you out redstone going up or down. And then you have normal steam storage. So if you were storing steam in a tank, I do believe you got rid of that. So that one's not needed. Inverted steam storage. Normal average electric input. That's another one that I never use, but I can see where somebody might want that one. And then inverted average electric input. Normal average electric output. Inverted average electric output. Normal electricity storage, including batteries. That's the one I use. Because all the ones up to this point don't give a fuck about the batteries. They only tell you the buffer. I don't give a fuck about the buffer. I want to know what's in the thing completely. That's the one I use. And then you have the inverted version of that. And then you go back to your normal universal storage. So other than the steams, so it works on all machines. Oh, I didn't think about that. So you could actually use this on a machine and it would tell you the average EU that was being pulled to run that machine over whatever amount of time you want it to. Okay. I can understand that. See, I only ever use this on a... This was only so I could control things to turn them off for... so I wasn't wasting power. Because one thing that is rather annoying is the output which it does it so they don't blow up. So it's annoying, but I kind of understand it for that reason. But it was always annoying that you could just waste so much power because the machine didn't shut off. Like diesel engines, diesel combustion generators, they turn themselves off. You know, like the semi-fluid generator, it turns itself off. Once it can't output the power and its power buffer's full, it's off. But once you get into the multi-blocks, then you have to deal with it's not going to turn itself the fuck off. And if the output of the steam here is full, it's just going to void whatever excess there is there. And that always annoyed me. Okay, so I should be able to put this here. And we're going to take one piece of coal coke and throw it in there, which is not going to do anything. And then we grab the lever here. And we put this right here. We do that, and okay, that redstone is not actually activating that from the bottom. So I'm going to have a redstone torch. I'm so used to using Greg's fucking red wire, I don't know how regular redstone works. Do we got a stick around here anywhere?
I have one.
There's one in the table. Yeah, there's some in the thing. I got it. Let's do that. And I can't remember. Let me try this. I know it'll shut off the redstone torch if it's on the side. Like this. I know this does a thing. Does this do a thing? Perfect. Alright, that's what we need. Okay, so we need the lever on there turned on. That will turn off that torch. So now, if we turn this on... Okay, it's still not working, dude. That definitely should be making that work. It's got a redstone torch right there. And if I remember correctly, that's how you get redstone upwards, right? Because ain't there like a laddery thing that people do with redstone?
Yeah.
Can we do this, or we need a compressor? We can do this. When did all the hammer slots show up in the crafting table?
Yeah, I was doing some changes in the code.
And why did the output slot stop being a slot?
You know, I gotta fix that.
Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me, taking stuff. Just want to make sure Bear's brain works proper. Yes. Okay, so you fix your shit, that's broken. Because that should be activating this machine. It do not. Have fun. Okay. So I need to make some coke ovens, or we need to make the Pyroluce oven. Problem is, I don't think the Pyroluce oven has coal coke in it. Coal coke. You can implosion compress coal coke, because that sounds like a great idea. Blow up coal coke with explosions. Are you wanting a bigger explosion? I got a version of New Horizons without Witchery, Britannia, and Blood Magic. Yes, I am. Why don't you put the lever on the input directly instead? I can do that. The reason why I didn't is because it's a pain in the ass. We can try it and see if it actually makes it work. But I don't think it's going to make it work. You got the lever. Shove it on there and see. Yeah. See, that doesn't change anything either. It's still not working, dude. The cover's not doing its job. But the reason why I didn't do that is because if I'm standing up here, you only got that little bit of purchase. And if I'm standing all the way up here, I have no purchase. I can't get to it. So the reason why I put this... Yeah?
Do you have a screwdriver?
Yes, sir. Oh, you think there's a GUI issue with it?
Maybe it's the mode.
Tooltip GTi Redstone Mode 0. Now it's switched to Redstone Mode 1, which has turned it on. But that should be always on. That's only telling it that it should be on if it can, or on if it can't. So now if we do, it should just invert it, is what I'm saying. So I put this in with it turned off. It's still going to run. It's not controlling it. Switch that lever. You just seen it run. Or if you want, put the lever up here on the top just to make sure. But I guarantee you no way that you switch that lever is going to turn this thing off. There you go. It just ate another piece. Okay? Here's you another piece. Ate that motherfucker too. It's not controlling it.
Give me your screwdriver again.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 modes on here. Might have the modes incorrectly matched or something.
There's 3 modes. How the hell do you have 3 modes with 1 button?
There's cycles.
Oh. See, this is why I hate these stupid buttons. Just give me the thing. Just tell me in chat, for fuck's sakes. What is that, the first 2 modes? What do they do? The only thing I want this to do is control my fucking thing with redstone.
There's 3 modes. Ignore redstone. Redstone on, redstone off.
Did you just say one of them is ignore redstone?
Yeah.
Why would you put a redstone control cover on a thing that you want to ignore redstone? Please explain this to me. My feeble brain cannot understand the concept of putting that on a machine that I don't want redstone to interact with. Just a simple switch in there. If you have to have a fucking button that says inverted and not inverted. That's the only it's a binary thing. Do we invert the controller or is it normal mode? That's all it needs.
Yeah, I just realized it probably should just be that.
Okay, now let's put a piece of this in here and now hit the switch. It's still not controlling that son of a bitch.
Okay, I'm about to look into it now.
Okay, so we'll get back to that later. Ah, fucking hell. Can we discuss this whole cold coke in the implosion compressor thing?
Yeah, that was just an automatic recipe. I have to deal with that.
That just sounds like you're asking to blow shit up. That's a hey bear, come stand here for a second machine. Is all that is. That's just a way for Ethrin or XAR to blow my ass up. We're gonna put a little bit of cold coke dust around some TNT and let's see if bear can live through it. That just seems like that's all that is. So the only way we can make cold coke is in a coke oven. So we're gonna have to make more coke ovens because we can't do the Pyroluce oven for that. Unless we want to try to get off of our dependency of coal and start using wood and making charcoal. Which we then could make a gas turbine and run wood gas through. We could still do the creosote, I think. You can get creosote out of this bitch. Yeah, you can still do creosote as well if you want to use the semi-fluid. This is one reason why I'm still kind of against that semi-fluid thing. That was one good thing about the Pyroluce was you could get wood gas and then you wouldn't have to run your creosote through your large boiler, because that was the only way to get power out of creosote. By God, don't do what fucking Impact did and make the lava boiler into a fluid boiler that you could just run lava or creosote through, because that drives me up the fucking wall. That was a dumb fucking change. But we could do that. It would just require us to farm wood, and you added a crop harvester, but we still don't have a way of harvesting trees. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we need to get some way of harvesting trees, or we're going to have to do this manually if we want to go with the charcoal thing. But we still would have to manually do it for the coal as well. So either way, it's manual. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to make another 4 of these coke ovens to put around on the back side of it. That way I can do a big ass coal run, mine up a fuck ton of it. And as much as I like the idea of doubling up the coal, now that we can fortune the drills, I really don't need to crush it. So can we put raw coal into the coke oven? If I literally just want to come home and dump that straight in the coke oven, no, I can't. Can you add the raw coal, or do you intend that people have to at least macerate it to get the stone? Well, you don't even technically get the stone dust out of there. I think he's off in code land.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure. Really.
Okay. Well, think about it and let me know. The issue is that we could do a hammer, right? We can hammer down. Because the macerating takes 400 ticks. And that's ultra low voltage, so it's going to be faster. That's 20 seconds. We're running through MV right now, so it would be what is it, 2 times the speed per level you go. The ULV shouldn't matter because that shouldn't be overclocked. It should be 20 seconds in LV because there isn't a ULV macerator. By God, there doesn't need to be one. Are you saying it's 10 seconds in LV? Well, we're doing it in MV, so then that would be 5 seconds. And in here, it's going to take 30 seconds to run that. So if it takes 30 seconds to run 1 coal, and it takes 10 seconds in LV is what you're saying. Okay. I'm going to get 2 of these out of an MV macerator every 10 seconds. Then I could only run 3 coke ovens off of an MV mass, or 6. 6, right? Is my math all fucked up? I get 2 out. I can't read because you keep changing shit. You say 10 seconds in MV, MV, no LV, read blind guy. Which one are you trying to do here? Shut up, Silverleaf. Oh, fuck. So 30 seconds to run 1 crushed. I can get 2 crushed every 10 seconds in one of the fucking thing. 10-second craft in MV. Okay, thank you. So if I run an MV, I will get 2 every 10 seconds. So that means I can run 6 coke ovens off of 1 MV macerator. Correct? I need to figure out how long it takes to burn one of these. So let me get a crowbar and pop that thing off of there since it ain't working. Where the hell is our crowbar? Do you have our crowbar? Or did I throw it in a box somewhere? Probably in a box
somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I figured. There it is. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to use OBS to time this fucking thing. Alright, so we are at 31, 32. As soon as this hits 40 on my timer. 9, 40. Okay. It started and it's off. So it cooks it it uses one of those every 5 seconds. So somebody want to do the math, but that's not going to be sustainable easily. If I can burn through 1 coal coke every 5 seconds. 1 every 4 seconds. The machine had a tooltip already. The boiler has a tooltip? How the hell do you...
It's probably talking about GT5U.
That's the little one. Large boiler. Duration 40 ticks. 2 seconds. Is what it says. I literally seen that be either 4 or 5. I don't think it was 2.
That's the base value. It depends on various things and stuff.
Oh, it's also heating up, so it's probably slower. But I don't know. Anyways, how much am I going to have to... How many coke ovens am I going to have to sustain that amount? I got to do an old man break. Somebody, one of you nerds, grab a calculator and start figuring. Not 90. It better not be 90. Fuck, that's a lot. All right, I'm back. Now let me know if I sound any different.
Okay.
What's up?
Some calculation I've made.
Okay.
Coke oven should be able to cover it.
How many?
8, I think.
Etherin says 2.5 MV macerators worth of coal plus 15 coke ovens when I try and count it out, I think. What did you come up with? Because I remember we had like 16 fucking coke ovens. So I can believe that that's relatively close, Etherin. But we were running charcoal, not coal coke. And coal coke should run better. Like, what is it? 2 times, 4 times better? Yes.
I guess you just divide the time it takes by 5 to get around 8, I think.
I think I'm
It
going
takes
to go
30
ahead
seconds to make a cold Coke.
Right.
If they each last for 4 seconds, and that means it's about 7.4 or something. So 8 should go right.
Fill our dark ash again. Can centrifuge it down for carbon, which is something we need to do. And the ash is worthless. So we just need a trash can to throw that in. Alright, so the question is, do we need more coke ovens? And if we do need more coke ovens, how many do we need? Or do I just leave these 4 for the cold coke and make a pyroluce oven and just cut down trees to feed into the pyroluce oven, which I like the idea of doing that.
Well, if you go to just coke ovens, you're going to need 4 more.
4 more?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So we're going to need fire brick, compressed fire brick, fire clay. So we need clay and brick dust, which we can do in a macerator. So I just need to go and get... I can also hammer down bricks. So let's go get some clay. And let's get 4 more of these made. We'll start with that. Although I think we're probably going to want to make a hammer or... Because see, the 2.5 macerator thing, we should be able to get away with a hammer. We're going to lose half of our coal, but we do it in a hell of a lot more time. And I don't like the idea of losing part of our coal, but I don't have time to run it through all of the fucking ore washing and all of that shit, because we're losing potential power that way as well. Because we would get the lignite out of it, which I know isn't a lot, but it's still something. I gotta think about how I want to do this. Well, let me get some clay first. I need to figure out how long it would take. Let me look. Because you gotta take in how long it would take to wash as well. Because I was just thinking, if I set up an area just for washing. So if we look at this, ore washing. So I should be looking at coal. I don't think it's different. I think they're all exactly the same, but just to make sure. So purified coal, yeah, 200 ticks takes 10 seconds, which is about the same time you said it was going to take to macerate it. So I'd need 2 ore washers for the macerator to be able to do it in the same amount of time, if your guys' math is correct on that. and then I could wash it, which is going to take me 4,800 EU to wash it. The only thing I'm going to be getting out of washing it is a tiny lignite coal dust. And a full lignite coal dust can only smelt for 4 things. It can only burn for half a second. So I personally don't see where we're getting a benefit out of washing our coal. We would be taking a deficit in power, because you're definitely not making 4,800 EU out of half a second of burn time, and that's if it gave us an entire lignite coal. This only gives us a tiny. If we go to the purifying, where we can hammer that down or macerate that down, we get a chance at a lignite, which we don't really care. And if we centrifuge, there's the one reason why we might do it, is because eventually it's going to give us thorium, which I say should not be possible unless you have a thermal centrifuge. Just my thing is, I think that should be the third output, which you can only get from a thermal instead of giving it in a regular centrifuge. I think it should give sulfur in the regular centrifuge. What the hell was that? Oh, I got a copper ingot. Yay. Any more clay around here? What do you think about that, Trins?
Yeah, sure, it's a good idea. I mean, to put
It would be
thorium in
a
the third.
Yeah, it would be a 2-part thing. Because one, it would give you sulfur that you need for making rubber. It would help you to get more sulfur for that early on. Not that you need it, later on, because you got plenty of ways of getting sulfur then. But early on, it would give you a way of getting sulfur, and you would need to do the thermal centrifuging if you want the actual radioactive shit, which is pretty much the way it should be as normal drag techie type things go. Shit, don't die, motherfucker. I was 1 heart from death. I need a scuba tank. Up, motherfucker, up. I did not say I need a Scooby snack. I don't eat dog biscuits, thank you. I said a scuba tank. Alright, I got out of the river. How much do I got? I didn't get much. I am not trying to go around this damn ocean looking for clay. That's not going to happen, because that's going to be a pain in the ass. Don't we have a somewhat low area over here. Yeah, over there by the villager guy. Is GT6 water going to be a thing in this mod? I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt he wants to be that big of a troll.
What are you talking about?
GT6 water's physics, where it floods the fuck out of everything.
Oh, no, I don't even want to try doing that. Fluids are kind of broken when I do anyway, so...
I know he definitely doesn't want to do it the way Greg did it, where he changes his shit around. If he was going to do it, I would suggest it just being, you know, a biome thing. So if water exists in this biome, it's infinite spreading. If it's outside of that biome, then it's not. That's the only way I would try to do it. But I don't think it needs to be. I don't even think it needs to be a thing in GT6 anymore. Greg only did that because of the bug I found in GT5 style veins, which I still have to do some testing in here to find out if that, since he copied over the GT5 style veins from New Horizons, I really need to check and see if they have that bug, and to know if it exists in this one. But I don't think for them it would be a bug, because I do believe they like doubled down on that bug, because they don't have the it won't spawn a vein in that area. It has to spawn something in every 3x3, if I'm understanding correctly, where Greg's could spawn in air, and then you got nothing in that 3x3 area. And the bug was that if you were in a ocean and it tried to spawn it in the water, it wouldn't do it. So you had a better chance of getting low veins to spawn if you went underneath an ocean. And that's why Greg did the flooding bullshit originally, was to keep me from going underneath the oceans looking for iridium and tungsten veins, because those are right at level 40. So you have to be right underneath the bottom of the ocean. And so then you have a chance of, you know, the gravel and the sand falling and you being fucked.
I think you wouldn't want to talk about that in here, because you can't spawn veins in water, so you would have to spawn something that's lower. But the difference here is that we have world height that goes much deeper. So
yeah, you have a lot lower area, so it's not as much of an issue to spawn veins from 40 down to negative 64, where in 1.7.10 it was 40 to 0. You had a lot less area there. So, and you have a lot less that are up at 40 and above. So most of your stuff is down lower than 40 anyways. So you're really not knocking out that many veins by doing it. That is in the GT New Horizon version. If it spawns a vein too high up, you might end up with a chunk without ores. Oh, okay. See, I thought that it had to spawn it. Again, never played GT New Horizons, so I don't know. Okay. Good to know. But like he said, if it spawns in the water, it ain't gonna try to do that. It's gonna try to go somewhere else. And see, it shouldn't. If it's in water, it should be the same thing as in air. And it should just not have anything in that chunk.
I'm not sure if it'll spawn the vein. I don't know, I'll have to check.
My internet fucking up, your internet fucking up, or Discord fucking up. You just got rather robotic-y.
I don't know.
Well, fixed whatever it was. You sound fine now. Oceans and New Horizons has less ores than the original train since veins can't spawn in water. Okay, well then maybe they fixed it. Because that was definitely a thing in GT5. It was funny when I pointed it out to Greg in GT6. He's like, why are you going underneath the ocean to fucking mine? I was like, because I can get more chalcopyrite down there. There's tons more underneath oceans. In back in Thylacraft, we had 3 chalcopyrite veins back to back to back. All at almost the exact same level. So we had an area that we mined out that was, I think it was approximately 9 chunks by 3 chunks wide. It might have even been bigger than 9. Because you know chalcopyrite can spawn 3 to 5. I think we might have had a couple that were a little bit bigger, but it was a huge area. It's nothing like it is in GT6. XAR says it was 9 by 12. Yeah, it was fucking huge. And yes, that's what she said. For anybody that was wondering. But when I pointed that out to Greg, he goes, I need to see if that still exists. This was back before Greg added his stone layers. And he's like, I see what caused that. And yes, it's still possible. And then shortly after that, we got water physics. So, if anybody wants to know why we have water physics, blame XAR. It's his fault. Excuse me? If you could have just kept your mouth shut, not said anything to Greg about it, we'd have never had that problem. New Horizons ore veins are much smaller than they were to avoid a world gen bug, since it could cause a world gen cascade where the ore gen was loading new chunks with a new ore vein. That in turn loaded more chunks. Yeah, I remember Greg talking about something about cascading ore generation as well with how the GT5 ones work. I think he fixed that in the GT5 style veins we have in GT6, because They were talking about that quite a while back. But, you know, that's more techie nerd shit than I get into. While we're sitting here doing this, shit, I'm dead. Fucking hell. Focus, jackass. Oh, there goes the 50-some levels I had. Didn't I say I wasn't doing this in the ocean? Why am I doing this in the ocean? Because I wanted to die, obviously. For anybody that cares, Wednesday's GT6, we're going to have an update video finally for 17, because I got all the way through the Twilight stuff. Made sure everything that Greg had changed worked properly, and I can explain it. And then we're going to have a loot crate video, apparently, or stream. I haven't decided which. I don't know if you guys really need it as a stream, but I've got all those loot boxes that I got from Twilight that I have to go through. Rabbit hunting for crashing. Yeah, the rabbit issue's been fixed. That was a really annoying bug. Why can't I stand on you, you floating fat fuck? Alright, is there any more down here in this general area? No, I got it all. Alright, let's get the fuck back home. But I've got probably close to 30 loot boxes that I've gotten just progressing through there that we need to open up and go through. I was going to do it and then just show it off, but they said this morning in the live stream that they wanted to see me open them, so I'll either do it in a video or a live stream. Yes, I seen it. I thought I said that. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My brain looks at things, sees it, says what I'm going to say in my head, and then it sometimes never comes out my face. Like, there's times when somebody comes in, and I swear I said hi to them, and then they, you know, complain because I never said hi to them. It's like, I did say hi to you. You just weren't aware that I said hello to you because I did it in my head and you didn't know it. It's not my fault you can't hear what's inside my brain. Oh, good God. Could you imagine if you guys could hear all the things that go on inside my head? I wouldn't be allowed to be on YouTube. Or Twitch. Hey, get away from the boat. We do not need to drown in our boats. I don't know what route it is. I don't know why I would want to play it. And my guess is no. I'm busy with GTi, GT6. I don't particularly have time for a million different games. There's games I already have that I want to play that I haven't gotten to yet. And I know, Zykor, you don't understand that things change, life changes, people change, and that I can't stream every fucking hour of every fucking day. And that you just don't get enough fucking content because you need personal interaction. You can't watch a fucking video. But unfortunately for you, life changes, things change, and I stream when I can. And if that's not good enough for you, fuck off. Trying to get me to play other games is not going to add more time that I stream. It's just going to cut into the things that I already stream. Yeah, you're right. It most definitely does. No. See, you think the 25 minutes videos are shit. There's another entire group of people that say, I have a life and I have more things to do. I can't sit and watch a 4-hour stream. I would like to see what you did and how you progressed in 15 to 30 minutes. Also, most of my videos are not chopped up. A lot of them I work straight through. I just work through in that amount of time. 25-minute videos are important for builds and shit. Correct. I have been trying to do more GT6 streams because I have more work that I have to do. But most of the people that watch GT6 stuff only watch it in the mornings. So I can't do it at this time or nobody's here to watch it. Wait a minute, you can't really? You can hammer the bricks. Or you can macerate. Oh, you can't even macerate the brick. What the hell? You're supposed to be able to macerate or hammer. Hammer is just quicker. Where the hell's the steam hammer at? Not making an LV hammer right now. Steam forge hammer. There we go. But see, you got to remember, XAR. Yeah, Night Ethrin. He's not caring about the build video part of it. He's only worried about the entertainment. That's all he... Why is that not working? $80 ticks, total steam. Isn't I just looking? Yeah, it's definitely open. It's full of steam.
Bears the back.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. No, because then it should at least start.
No, it doesn't. It won't burn it off.
Oh, really? Well, guess what? That didn't fix it either. It did if I reset the recipe. No, in GT5, it couldn't exhaust, so it couldn't start the next one. It would still work, it just couldn't exhaust, so there was no room for it to do. Yeah, I wrenched it, shut up. He's a dummy?
I fixed the cover, redstone cover.
Okay, cool. No, he's like me. He doesn't want to be shown how to do something. He wants to do it himself. But I don't really understand that if he's watching me do the things. Because he's still going to be learning what I'm doing. And see, to me, this is just a complete... Right. The way I look at it is it's a narcissistic issue. He doesn't give a shit about anybody but him. He doesn't give a shit about me. He doesn't give a shit about how, you know, my life may have changed and situations have changed and I have to do things at certain times. None of that matters. The fact that you and other people out there enjoy taking in content 50 to 30 minutes at a time, or they don't have the time or whatever to figure out how to do an entire build setup, so they'd like to see somebody else help them walk them through it a little bit. None of that matters to him. What matters to him is I get my entertainment. And I've tried to have this with him, this conversation with him before. It's not all about him. It's about everybody. I can't please everybody. I'll never try to please everybody. But I can try to please as many people as I possibly can. And by doing videos and streams, it helps everybody. Some people get there, but see, you also got to remember, it's not only does he want the full 4-hour entertainment block, it's also, it has to be a 4-hour entertainment block live. Because there are thousands of my old live streams. There are at least probably 3 or 4 at a time when he's not awake that day or that week that he could go back and watch. But does he do that? No. He bitches that I don't stream enough, including in other people's streams, which is complete and utterly bullshit. To go into somebody else's stream and say, oh, I'm glad to see that you're fucking streaming at this time because Bear doesn't stream at this time anymore. Why the fuck do they give a shit? Yeah, I'm not watching non-live live streams. See, I'm completely different. I will watch a 4-hour live stream that's not live. To be exact, when we get done here, I will go watch a live stream that's being streamed right now. I'll watch it at the end. And then whenever I, go do something with Junior or whatever the hell happens tonight after Junior gets home, I'll just pause it and I'll go back to it. I don't need to comment to them. What I have to say to these people, they're not going to give a shit. So I don't need to be there to watch it live. I prefer watching videos. There's a few live streams that I watch live. Like Darth. I go and watch his live. But that's because I like I watch his live streams to talk with him. not for the actual content. Sitting and watching him work through making that base would bore the absolute shit out of me. Same thing with sitting here watching me make these fucking coke ovens right now. This would bore the shit out of me. I don't know how anybody would want to watch specifically for the work I'm doing. Some of the streams, I would say, yes, the content is worthy of watching. The first half of this, where we're working through shit, absolutely. But now that I'm just doing work and what I do for the GT6 stuff, those are not because I think anybody's actually going to want to sit and watch it. That is for the people that like having the live stream live, that really don't care about the content, that are there for the human interaction, that, you know, want bears attention. And for some reason, we have people that have that. Not quite sure why. You're wrong. I come here to hang out with my friends. Even if you don't consider me a friend, I can still consider you a friend. Well, guess what? If that's the case, then don't bitch when I don't show up. Be glad when I do. As you said, you watch Darth to talk with him and not pay attention to the stream. Well, same. I'm here to talk with my friends, including you. I don't pay much attention to the game on purpose so I can figure out for myself because that's fun to me. Okay, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Just don't bitch when I can't stream as much. Understand that things happen and I can't always be there to stream. Because then it does not sound like what you're saying. See, what you're saying and what happens are two different things. You know, you can say with your mouth all you want, but your actions tell the true story. If you would say to people, if you would say to me, man, I miss how much you used to stream. I wish it was, you were able to do so again or still, that would be different. But the way you put it is not that way. It's you used to stream all the time. Now you don't stream as much. So I have to go find somebody else. And my thought to that is, fuck you, go find somebody else. You know, if I'm not entertaining enough for you, fuck off. There's a million other people out there streaming. If you can't understand that, you know, I need to be out of here at a certain time because Junior gets home and I'm going to spend time with my fucking son for the amount of time I have left on this fucking planet. You motherfuckers do not matter as much as my son. Sorry if that, you know, is strange to people, but it's the way it fucking works. I have a limited amount of time on this planet. I don't know how long it is, but whatever time that is, it's going to my kid. Are you not entertained? Exactly.
There, speaking of Junior, now that you got that GTNH packy, can ever try that?
Oh yeah, instead I'm gonna give him that and go, here, motherfucker. You don't want to do impact. Try this, bitch. Motherfucker in a week will be going, can we please just go back to impact? It's fucking stupid, but good God. It's not this. And Ethrin, you don't know how many people you've made happy. Because you do not know how many fucking people have begged me to fucking do New Horizons. They're starting with the GTCU shit now. Wanting me to go do it. And it's like, no.
Speaking of GCEU modern, they added tungsten processing from GT6 to only add one step.
It only has one step. How do you do GT6's processing with one step?
In tungsten, they only did the first step, and they electrolyzed that.
They only did the breaking it down with hydrochloric acid into tungsten trioxide.
And tungsten acid, yeah, and then you just electrolyze that instead of the tungstate.
They dumbed it down. Got it. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to.
And it's also a chemical bath on EV, I think.
Alright, let me see if I can do a little mathificating. Yes, we're going to try to do math again, motherfuckers. Shut the hell up. How many more of these did you say I needed?
4.
Okay, so we're doubling what we have here. So we've got 26 blocks times 4. That's 100, and fuck you because we only need 25. We don't need to do the math for the other one. So we need 4 times 25. That's 100. So that means we need 400 fire bricks.
I already have
just
14,
for this
actually.
part. What the fuck are you? Would you make up my fucking mind? Is it 4 or 14? That's a lot different.
I was saying you have 14 firebricks already.
I don't. What would I need 14 fire bricks for? It's 26.
No, I
Minus
was saying we already have 14 of them.
Oh, you're saying we have 14. Okay. Well, hold on. We ain't got to the end account. You can subtract that at the end. Stop fucking with my math. I got enough issues with it. Okay. 4 times 25 is 100. Minus 14.
86.
Do the thing. Okay. Then we need 8 times 4, which is 32. Add it into that. Have fun with it and tell. I'm guessing that's supposed to be me if I have to prepare a server package. Well, if it's only me and Junior doing it, we'll do it in LAN and we don't need a server. And I don't think I'm going to get crazy to do it. She's too busy to start with, so I shouldn't need it. And Tamara doesn't have time for any more shit. She's got enough time in all the shit she does now. So if I do it with anybody other than just Junior, it'll be, if I do it with anybody other than just me, it'll be just Junior. Unless somebody asks for it, it shouldn't be an issue. I shouldn't need one. You don't do New Horizons and LAN, that's too lagging. Well, then start making a fucking server package, I guess. What's my math here?
Well, 376 bricks.
I need 376 bricks. How the fuck did you figure that out? Oh, because we also have to... I completely forgot about the fact that the 100 has to be multiplied by 4 because it takes 4 bricks per thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thanks for doing the math. I need 400 and what the fuck? Type that in chat. I'm going to forget. Damn you. You're welcome. 376 bricks. We've got 18. We're almost there. Whoa, whoa, living on a prayer. Okay, so for every one brick, it's technically one clay dust. Just depending on if that clay dust is in brick form or in clay form. So, all right, Etherin.
Clay. Actually, let's really double in clay because it's only half dust for clay.
Yeah, I'm talking clay dust, not clay balls. Here, grab my balls. My inventory. Well, I guess I could have fit that in there. Grab those and how many you got there? How many stacks?
7.
Okay. I've got just under 4. I'm going to turn these 4 into clay dust. We need to grab a... No, I got everything I need. Never mind. Drop that off over here. We're going to automate this again. Okay, drop those 7 stacks in there. So that will start cooking those into bricks.
Chest.
In the chest on top of the hopper. Yeah, that one. And then I'm going to go ahead and macerate up all of this. I probably should. You want to take a minute and make another compressor, but make it at MV? Because it's going to take us a week of Sundays to get this all compressed down with that LV one.
I can do that.
All right. While you work on that, I'm gonna go work on getting us some more clay because I'm pretty sure we don't have enough. Where is our closest river?
Have any circuits?
I've been keeping all of the circuit stuff up here, so no, we only have advanced. Holy shit, dude, we got a fuck ton of bricks up here. Look at all those bricks up there. You might be able to take some of that out of over there. And we can use that for clay dust. Just start hammering that all down. But you do need to add that macerator recipe, because the bricks should be able to go in the macerator. Just they should also be able to go in the hammer. There's a lot of recipes that kind of should be in both. Just different. Oh yeah, river. Where am I finding a river? Swamp would work nice too, but I don't know where one of them are. Hey, don't touch my butt, pervert. I heard you gurgling over here. Fuck off. I'm looking for a river. For some reason, we have a serious lack of fucking rivers. I just realized just how little of river we have in this fucking area. That doesn't look too bad right there. It doesn't look too deep. I might be able to get a decent amount out of there. I don't want to fuck with that because that's frozen. Do we have a swamp around here? Swamp would be perfect. Don't know if I have found one. That doesn't look too bad over there. Let's jump in the boat and go that way and go check out that continent. To go back to what I was talking about earlier, Zykor, what I want is understanding. That's all I want. I just want you to understand. And that's why I feel that you're not, that you're, having a me issue, is because as many times as I've had to explain this, you still complain about it. XAR wants me to stream something because he wants entertainment. He pokes me. He pings me. He says, hey, get to work, fat boy. And I'm perfectly fine with that. And I tell him, hey, I can, hey, I can't. And it's actually motivating when I'm having a rough day, even if I'm feeling bad. If he pokes me and says, hey, get to work, fat boy, I want some entertainment, it motivates me to get up off my fat ass and do something. Technically, I'm not getting off my fat ass. I'm still sitting on my fat ass. But shut up, you know the idea. It was you going into Darce and bitching at him because I don't stream enough that really irritated me. Because I don't know of a friend that would do that. That would go to a perfect stranger and bitch about their friend not doing something for them the way they want it done. That's not a friend to me. That's being somebody that's self-obsessed with their own bullshit. A friend would understand when he's been told like 6 or 7 fucking times. Even Silverleaf, I can't say that we're friends. I don't know that much about him. He doesn't know any more about me than what he's heard in the streams, but he's told me that, things have changed in his life. He's not able to be here as much anymore because he changed shifts and, he shows up at a different time. Do I try to make him feel bad because he's not here to watch the streams when I'm here to stream? No. I say, hey, that's fine. I'll see you when I see you. And I talk to him when I do. I would never try to make him feel bad because he can't be here because he has to work or he has to spend, or doesn't have to. He chooses to spend time with his kids. Crazy has all kinds of shit to deal with in her life right now. Do I try to make her feel bad because she can't stream with me anymore? Or because she can't watch me stream? No. I'm supportive of her. And I tell her to get the fuck out of here and go spend time with her family. Or, that she can't be streaming with me. She has other things to do. Because that's more important than being here to entertain me. I'd love for me and Crazy to be able to stream all the fucking time together like we used to. I loved it. It was, fun as hell spending time irritating the shit out of her every day. But things change in life and we're not able to do that anymore. And I understand it. I don't bitch at her about it though. I'm supportive of her. Because that's what friends do. Let's see. I stop in when I can, and I lurk when I can. I may be here and not say things, but I'm still here to support when I can. Exactly, Silverleaf, and I appreciate that. And I will never once complain at you for not talking in chat or, not being here as often. I appreciate the fact that you're here to support me when you can, how you can, and I have no issue with it. Sorry I was using you as an example. But I feel that you and I have more of a acquaintance friendship than what I and Zykor have, because you don't fucking bitch at me and I don't bitch at you. If I don't show up a day at the time that you need to stream, I don't get a message from you that, hey, where's my stream, fucker? I'm actually able to be here, but you're not here. Which, honestly, I could actually deal with that, too. Okay, I'm glad you don't mind it. How the old man doing, by the way? Obviously, if it's okay to share. Oh, I'm fine. Just, I have to deal with my back issues from time to time, and when my back's hurting real fucking bad, I can't stream because I'm an irritable fuck at the best of times. You guys know this. A slight breeze can blow through my room and set me off and piss me off. When my back's hurting, it takes even less than that to piss me off. And remember, when I started streaming, I was on methadone every day, all day long. I didn't have to worry about my back hurting. It hurt, but I didn't give a fuck, because I was drugged the fuck up to high hell. When you're high as fuck, the pain doesn't really matter. Well, I'm not taking that shit anymore because it fucked up my damn memory really bad. That I can't remember most of Junior's childhood. I know I was there. I know we did shit together. But there's a lot of it I don't fucking remember. And I don't like that. So I stopped taking those hard fucking drugs for my back. So now I have to deal with back pain. Depending on how the weather is. I have Advil that helps me get through the mild stuff. And when it's really bad, I just have to sit here and fucking hate it. And be pissed off and in pain. And nobody's going to want to be around me when I'm pissed off and in pain. I'm amazed you motherfuckers want to be around me any other time. I'm an irritable son of a bitch. What in the fuck? Okay. See what else we can find. Funny thing is, some of my irritability you guys actually like. Crazy says, I like it when you're yelling, as long as you're not yelling at me. Which, speaking of, we need to test something real quick. Trins, you're gonna be my test monkey for a minute. I keep noticing when I yell that I peek out on my mic. And I want to try that. Etherin, what the? I know I need to yell. But damn it, you said you were going to bed. Get the fuck out of here and go to bed. You sure are, but it's fun to needle you sometimes. I hope you don't take my comment. No, I don't, Ethrin. I do not take your comments the wrong way. I understand that your comments are exactly like my comments. They're meant to get a response. And you're doing it playfully. You're not literally trying to piss me off. And I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay, so I'm going to hit this button on this compressor thing. I used to have a compressor, but the problem was every time I coughed, once I came out of the compressing area, it took a second and you couldn't hear the first thing I said. I don't want it for the coughing. I'm going to still try to mute when I cough. But I want to see if it helps when I yell and it doesn't completely make me quiet. So, hold on, I'm going to yell at Trends. Trends, fix your shit! Okay, I don't think that worked. It's still maxed out. I got to figure out this compressor thing. I just like yelling at you, Trends. It's fun. But anyways, Ethra, take your ass to bed, motherfucker. Dude, this fucking kelp is everywhere. Now I'm gone. Bye. Alright, good. Fuck you. Get out of here. Oh, Trins, you should have seen it the other day. Junior didn't believe me that the warden would kick his ass. He found out that the warden will kick his ass. Doing that archipelago shit. And one of the advancements apparently needs you to interact with the motherfucker. And I told him, I was like, now sneak around. Don't piss him off. You aggro that motherfucker, he gonna one-shot your ass. And he all gets up behind him. Hey, look, he can't even see me. I was like, yes, he's blind. I said sneak, motherfucker, for a reason. He can't see you. He can only hear you. Don't make noise, or he's gonna fucking hear you. So then he pisses him off and, dies. It was kind of funny. And now he's decided it's his life mission to kill this motherfucker. I told him the only thing I know of is to cheese the fuck out of him. Get up into get him spawned, get him out into an open area, and then get the hell out of there. But get somewhere where you can shoot him with a bow and just sit there and plink at his ass all day. The only way I know of to kill him. The other idea was to dump lava on his head, but apparently that doesn't count for a player kill because it's environmental. At least that's what Tamara said. I'd send the motherfucker into a lava bath.
That's weird. Extruding aluminum takes like 55 seconds.
Extruding?
Yeah, it's extruding in aluminum gear.
Oh. Hmm. It is a pretty decent amount of time for that. It's also only at 30, and I don't think that should be at 30. Again, that's metal. You shouldn't be able to extrude metal at 30. They should all be 60. Have you gone back to GT5 and seen what the time is for that there?
Yeah, I think I used this.
Hmm?
I think I use the same logic. It's based off the mass.
That's strange if it's made off of if it's done off of the mass, but again, you got to remember, if that's an LV recipe, it's going to be slow. Well, no, in an MV, that should actually be, that just sounds really weird, because aluminum is very low density. What's it take to make a fucking tungsten one? Well, even a steel one. A steel one only takes 11 seconds. That is definitely wrong, dude. If it takes 11 seconds for a steel one and 55 for aluminum, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Tungsten steel only takes 24 seconds.
The compressor's done.
Okay. I think I have all the shit on me. I've got a pretty decent amount of clay. Let me come on back home and set that up. Grab this little bit of clay I see right here. That archipelago shit we're doing is interesting, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. Like Crazy said, it'd be a lot nicer if we knew what it was. Even if it made them random, you know, that's fine. Just, we need to know what it is. Because, you know, I'm basically locked right now in what I can do because nobody can figure out what it is they have to do to get me what I need. Because I need military science. I'm going to have to look and see next time we do this if there's a way of it telling us. Because we basically just use the default settings in it. And good God, we got to get a different game for Crazy to play. I did not realize that whatever valley, I can never remember the name of it, game was that long playing. And that slow playing. You know, I play fucking Factorio forever, but I'm progressing way faster than what she is. And she knows the game. She knows what she needs. It just takes a lot of fucking time. And yes, XAR, I know you like yelling at me. And you don't try to guilt trip me into because I'm not around, so. Or if I can't do something. Just like I don't try to do it to you when, you know, I want to do something with you and you can't be around. Because that's what friends do. They understand. You know, look at Trins. There's been a few times that I wanted to stream. Trins didn't have a build ready. Did I yell at him and try to guilt trip him that he's getting in the way of my stream time because he doesn't have his shit ready? No. Because that's a horrible thing to do to somebody. I don't know what in the fuck it is that he has going on in his life that may have held him up. I don't know if the code was completely fucked up and it's going to take him 10 times more to fix whatever it was that he needed to fix. He tells me he's not got it ready. I say okay, and we move on. No harm, no foul. Everybody's fine and dandy. And if there's something that he has going on and he feels like sharing it with me, and it's something I can help, I try to help him. What the fuck? I walk in the door, you throw shit at me. Thank you. Where exactly the fuck do you think I'm putting this motherfucker? God, we've got to change this factory so bad. Right there. I'm going to put it right there. The way I built this factory is horrible.
Hey, you built it.
Shush it, you. You're not helping. Where the fuck are my... Why am I looking for them? I don't need them. Just put it there. It can auto-connect, you retard. I'm sitting here looking for wire cutter. I don't fucking need them. Okay, we have a hopper. Yes. And we're gonna go the other side. Did you ever fix this? Can I turn this back on yet?
Yeah, fix the cover.
Okay, I need to test that and make sure you got it right. Okay. So we're going to put that there. We're going to get a barrel and we're going to put that here. And we're going to wrenchificate that the fuck down. And where is fire clay? Put that in there. That is way better than it was. Okay, clay dust. I'm stealing your clay dust. Hope you don't mind. Alright, so now we can throw that in there. Train, roll me on down the line. Damn, that's a loud motherfucker today. Is that motherfucker coming in your living room? Okay, up here where the bricks are, I'm putting all the rest of the clay. So we can... I didn't do the math to figure out exactly how much clay dust, how much brick dust we need. So we'll just work through this as we need to. Alright, so we got 42 done out of 300 and whatever the fuck you said, 76 or whatever.
76.
So we're getting there slowly. Where in the hell did I put our regular processing? Why is that not running? Oh, because I have this on the power thing, and you said I had to re-hit the button. Okay, there we go. Now it's running. Alright, I'm gonna go get rid of this stuff I don't need. Just had a thought. Remember in GT4, Greg's crop harvester does one block in front of it. Could we make a tree farm out of something similar to that? If you added that, and it just harvests the one block in front of it, but it would also need to have like the tree felling, so it would do any log above it. Would that work?
Yeah, but just a couple problems. First of all, you can't tell if it's a tree or not. And
but if it only does that one block where you put the thing, does it matter?
I guess not.
Because you wouldn't put it on the side of your house, and we wouldn't even need it to do the it would literally be, we'd put 4 of them around this tree. So we'd have 2 on this side, we'd have 2 on this side, and it would cut down this entire tree. And then we could even have something that would, is there a, we would need a placer. We would need something that would place, is there something in vanilla that will place a sapling? Or would we need a machine for that?
We need a machine.
Okay. Just thinking, would we want to do it more like the old forestry where you have 2 separate machines, or would we want, yeah, I don't think that the one that saws down the tree should plant. So you'd have, let me work this out here.
Didn't GT5 you have a placer of some sort, or did it not?
Not that I can remember. I'm trying to find some blocks around here. So this would be the tree. Okay, we could do it with a 1x1 tree, but I'm just thinking 2x2, because that's, but here. One of the main trees I'll be cutting down with this, if we do it, is a rubber tree. So we'll just say 1 block. So that's your tree. Okay, say hi to the tree. Here, we're even going to change this. This is the tree. So then this will be the block that does the cutting. And then this would be the block that does the placing. So then you would have an item pipe that would have to come out of here, that would have to go into here to feed the sapling. We'd have to have, if this cuts down the tree, it's not going to collect the saplings. So we'd also have to have something that would collect the saplings and the sticks. This collecting the wood would make sense, but not the saplings and the sticks unless you have it cut every block. So we'd have to have something to collect the other things.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's always the idea of a vacuum hopper or, you know, something like that. Vanilla-wise, you technically can do it with a hopper in a minecart on a track. But it's really annoying. I do it for collecting eggs in a chicken coop. If you don't want to put a chicken on a hopper, you can set up an area with chickens and just have a minecart track that goes back and forth, with a hopper in it right underneath the ground, and it'll pick up the items that are. It's how they do mob farms that are on that magma shit. All the things fall off on top, and then the hopper minecart eats it from underneath. And I don't remember there being anything Greg Techie that has ever picked up blocks in an area. Because we've always had some other mod that did it. I could see you needing a field generator to do it, and that logically making sense within the sphere of Greg Tech, because that's, you know, it takes like an ender pearl to make that fucking thing. So I could see that if you wanted to add something like that. The only other option would be to make a multi-block fucking tree farm thing, which could be as simple as a multi-block that you feed in water and fertilizer and saplings, obviously, and it just outputs the fucking tree. You wouldn't even have to have the tree in the world. You could just do a thing big enough for a tree to be in and then feed it that stuff. Or you'd have to go, and I think it would be better to do that than it would be to do in world, at least for a multi-block thing, because in world you're going to have all the block updates. If you did a multi-block thing, you wouldn't have block updates. You wouldn't have the tree growing, you wouldn't have the tree being cut down, you wouldn't have the leaves despawning, all of that crap. And then the multi-block would put out the logs, the saplings, the sticks. I personally like the single block idea just because I like having to figure out the setup. But we'd have to have some way of... and then again, it's another one of those things like Greg said, you know, you have to decide, should trees be farmable that easy? You know, that's one of those things you have to decide before we even think about that. You know, like Greg and his rubber trees, and not being able to collect the resin out of the sap bags automatically without some weird mod that does a player thing. So I guess that's kind of important as well. I'm just trying to... Because I don't have an issue with having to come on here and cut down a load of trees to feed the coke oven. I'm just going through what I used to do in GT5. GT5U was I always had two tree farms. One for oak trees to give me apples and saplings and wood, and one for rubber trees. That way I could get my carbon and all the resin I'd ever need and stuff like that.
You know, Barrett, it's kind of weird that oak trees give apples.
Yes, it is. I never quite understood it either.
Apparently, they're actual, real oak apples that are. They're not really apples, they're kind of like a tree growth that's kind of poisonous.
I've never seen an oak apple. I've only seen oak acorns.
Because not really an apple, it's just the sort of growth, I guess.
All that in there. We need to get these fired back up there all the way down to nothing. We don't have... Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this crap. That'll work. Somebody needs to figure out that slot. That slot is really annoying. I think we need to run some more brick or some more clay. I've got 34 brick dust and no clay, so let me run some of that real quick. Oh, you got some. Okay. Well, fuck you then. Alright. That gives us another stack and 4. So now we need more brick dust. But you gotta wait for the boilers to get heated back up.
Over halfway to the amount we need. And
Really?
about halfway. We
Cool.
need about 6 stacks.
Okay. You want to start working on making the pumps and the conveyor covers? So we're gonna need 4 more conveyor covers, 4 more pump covers. I'll work on keeping an eye on this shit.
Oh,
Getting
that's
this all
fine.
done. Yeah, I think that's what we used on these. We definitely don't need anything faster. So yeah, we'll be perfectly fine. I'm gonna go start building a bit with what we have here. Where's those 14 fire brick blocks you had?
Me.
Thank you.
By the way, is it bad they can just bend rubber rods into rubber rings and then bend it?
Yes, you should not be able to do that. They should have to be cut with a knife manually or extruded. Plastic and rubber both should never be in a bender. Alright, so yeah, I heard you coming, little fucker. Come here. Ow. Ow. Stop beating my ass. Well, there goes more of my armor. Need to get some red steel made up. Make me some fucking red steel armor, damn it. That goes there, 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 and there. Alright, all the controllers are done and in place. The base of it is done. We just need to build the rest of the walls and the top and the front. Shit. I guess I better figure out the, yeah, I need there, and I need one more there. And then all the wall divisions will be done. Now, while that's doing its thing, start cutting out underneath it here So we can start getting the piping all done. Which we may at some point need to change out these pipes, but I think for this will be okay. So we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. I'm gonna go with 11. 11 more huge wood pipes. I've got 5. So I need to make 6 more of those. Can I ask with the huge pipes why you didn't have them use the strip logs instead of the regular logs? In GT6 it has to be a strip log.
Well, that's
But Greg,
in on that.
Greg also gives you bark when you strip a log too. I don't know if you want to hack into Minecraft's code to do that or not. But it is a thing in GT6 you get. And 1 tree bark is basically a wood pulp, sawdust, their equivalent. That one I actually disagree with, but Greg doesn't listen. Because, you know, especially if you're talking oak bark, that's nowhere near sawdust. That should be macerated up. I can't think of too many trees that you hack the fucking bark off of them and you end up with something small enough to be considered dust. Most of them come off in either hunks or strips. I think it's birch comes off in like strings. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, because they used to use it for fletching. I looked it up once on, you know, what you could use for fletching other than feathers and synthetics, and apparently birch bark was a thing they used to do. We're not doing too bad on power. You actually get that energy cover in the controller, which you already said you got the controller fixed. I'm gonna have to remember how in the fuck Net built my boiler controller. I might actually have to go back and watch my own damn video. I know the idea behind it, but fucking hell, I gotta build that thing without GT wire, which is what I had to do in GT5U. I've since been able to do that kind of shit with GT6 contraptions that XAR came up with for shit is a whole lot easier than the fucking vanilla way of doing it. Because you gotta have a high-low switch and pulse generator. What do you mean you can't hear me talking? I can't hear you if you're talking to me. You can hear me, motherfucker. No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about you. Was I pulling a Junior and mumbling? Okay. No, I was just talking about how I got to come up with the, I got to remember the circuitry that Net built me in GT5U to control my boiler. And I was commenting on how much of a pain in the ass it was going to be to go back to using vanilla redstone for it rather than the way you designed the GT6 high-low sensor thing to be. It's complicated to set up, but it takes up a whole lot less fucking room. You don't have to have a whole fucking path of redstone laid out.
Do you have a screwdriver?
Oh, I was fucking muted. No wonder you're not answering me, Trins. Why don't you answer me when I'm talking to you and you can't hear me? So, I thought you were going to fix these things. They weren't jumping off in the world anymore. They went in your inventory when you crowbarred them.
Right, I forgot about that.
Okay. That was what my question was. Did you forget, or did you just not get around to it yet? 1, 2, 3. And we're going to go ahead and do this one there.
By the way, I also planned that soon I'm gonna refactor how item pipes are done so that I'm gonna change the network a bit more like GT6.
Oh, yeah.
So it has like restrictor pipes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole whatever it's called, the
You done with that screwdriver for a minute?
to the table.
Got it. Okay, so are you going to ever fix these tooltips so they have localization? So they don't say tooltip.gti.expert_mode.1?
Yeah, well,
Okay. And this blank spot, that's for a filter, right?
yeah, I don't think it's implemented yet.
Okay. How the hell did that asshole hit me? Okay, now why can't you hit me? How the hell did you get up here? Alright, we gotta talk about the damage done by a screwdriver when you shank a bitch. Screwdriver needs to do more damage when you shank a bitch. By the way, if you want a good laugh, go look at GTi6 code at all of his tools and the death message you get when you kill somebody with them. He has a different death message for each fucking tool. Redstone mode 1 and export mode 1. So we want this on. Why are there so many export modes? I thought you were making this a simple 2-button thing.
We're
You realize
one.
this? Huh?
We're expert mode 1.
Come here and look at this fucking thing, dude.
I'm seeing it in your stream right now.
Oh, okay. It says expert mode 3012. There's 4 things on that one button, and that's not import. None of them say import.
No, mode 1 is import.
Mode 1 is import. Well, it shouldn't say export then. It should say import. That's confusing.
Yeah, sorry, I said tilt table just to know like it's easier. So it's the way I did the touch and everything. It's easier to pen the number.
I still hate the buttons. I'm just saying, dude. I still hate the buttons. I understand.
At least it's better than what it was before.
It not having a million of them, yes, I agree with that. But I still like just right-click the motherfucker and it goes in the chat. I'm with Greg. If it doesn't have to have a GUI, it shouldn't have a GUI. You know, a lot of GTi6 stuff does not have a GUI. And I love it. I hate spending time in GUIs constantly. And something like that where I just want the motherfucker to import shit, I don't see where it needs to have a GUI. You just click it and it does what it's supposed to do. Now, for the filtering part, that's a little different. But I can also see a way you could do it. You would just need a way to tell people that they can do it. But that's an easy tooltip thing. Okay, that's filled back up. Hey, Zombage, come here. Alright, now where is my fortune pick? I'm gonna go grab us some, because this thing ain't doing shit. Did I put a filter in here for filtering off the... No, I need to get one in here, or we need to make a second macerator. Third macerator.
Need more steel.
Okay, I'll cook some. Do you have any iron cooked up over there?
We have some iron in chest.
Alright. Give me half of that and I'll go turn it into steel. Alright, so you said you fixed this. So you said export mode 1 is import. So I should be able to just connect that back up and nothing should... Trends, are you sure it's fixed? Or is there another setting I need?
Need another setting. No, actually.
What's the setting for import, don't allow export?
Well, it should be import. Well,
Import, input only or whatever.
should be working as is.
Oh, it's not working as is because I just had stuff show up in there. I'm getting Chaco and Pyrite in there. I just got Lazurite in there. Chaco in there. So it's definitely not working as is. So try again. I gotta go through all this crap and figure out why it's not going up here where it needs to go. We need to make more places for all the things, but I'm gonna wait until you get the pipe refactor done to make sure it's working properly, because that'll be a good test for that. Oh, dude, you already got 9 steel over here ready. You realize we had 128 blocks of bricks and 216 fucking clay blocks sitting here in a damn drawer I didn't know about? And 188 clay fucking balls? What the hell? I really ought to pay attention to this shit. Alright, I'm gonna put the screwdriver back here. You should have about 40 steel. Take this stack and throw it in here. Start arc furnacing it up. I'm gonna go grab some more coal. I really should turn on this damn backpack or backpack. Pick this shit up. The only issue is when I do that and I have it auto pick shit up for me, then I end up running out of inventory space and not knowing it. So maybe I shouldn't. The hell's all the water around this place? You'd think I was next to an ocean. Oh, and just to make sure I kind of said something and forgot to say the other half of it. I just realized it. Also, not only does Trins not have a build ready at times, and we're not able to stream, there's also times when he has a build ready and I'm not able to stream. But he doesn't give me shit about that either. I just thought about that I completely made that sound like I was throwing you under the bus in that scenario, and I completely forgot the other half. Because there's been times both ways.
Mm-hmm.
You've had shit ready and wanted me to fucking test, and I wasn't able to do it. But you at least understood enough to not, give me a bunch of shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have somebody asking a question in GTi? I'm gonna let you fucking answer that.
Maybe on your Discord server.
No, in Mermasa's server. I have no idea why I have that up. I have Discord up on my third screen just in case Junior, messaged me that he needs something. Because I have it muted and I can't hear when he calls or anything. Since he's out there riding his bike in the dark, I kind of, want to know if he has a problem. And for some reason, I just happened to have that channel up at the time, and when I looked over, I seen somebody asking if there was an updated Greg Tech pack, and that's a loaded question.
Oh
What
yeah, I did
Greg
notice
Tech?
it earlier. I totally forgot about it though.
What Greg Tech version? What do you consider Greg Tech? What version of Minecraft are you asking about? Or do you care about?
Yeah. There's also a question of guessing for a big pack or just any pack.
Mm-hmm. Do you want a hardcore pack? Do you want a easygoing pack? Do you want a just normal pack? Do you not give a shit which one of it is? Do you want a Greg Tech centric pack? Do you want a kitchen sink pack where shit's just all thrown together and it doesn't fucking matter? Yes, all of the above. Yeah, that's what I usually answer. But then after I do, I get you shouldn't be telling people to use GT6 because it's too old of a version of Minecraft and too hard. And I still can't believe that one. That one still gets me. GT6 is too hard. Oh, blow me. Pull your panties out of your ass, bitch. It ain't hard. I can understand people saying it's not in a new enough version of Minecraft. As much as I play both of them, you know, I understand there's some people that are youngins and don't even know what 1.7.10 is, so giving them that as an option is, you know, not really a good option. They don't want to go back to that version. I think 1.7.10 is my favorite version, even though the newer versions have some good quality of life. I'm actually getting torn on this, because if you would have asked me this a year ago, I would have said 1.7.10, hands down, no bullshit. But as the more I play in 1.19, the more I enjoy it, outside of my major complaints with how they fucked over the Nether. I still hate the Nether changes. For the most part. I don't like the big forest things. You can't see fucking fortresses and shit. I like the bastions. The bastions are a fun challenge. Trying to deal with those fucking brute piglins that beat your motherfucking ass. But I have so many issues with 1.7.10 with rendering issues. And there's supposedly a version of the GL whatever the fuck. I need to talk to Trends about it. Maybe he can understand it. But there's some shit you have to do to get it to work. And I have a version somebody made of my pack in GT6. It's supposed to work in the newer Java. And it's supposed to make things better. But I don't know how to get it to work. And the dude that made it, you know, can't explain to me how. Something about you have to put in some arguments. Well, could you tell me what those fucking arguments are? Because I'm supposed to make a video about how to do this, but I don't know how to fucking do it to make the video that people want me to make about it. And it would really be nice to not have to have two different fucking versions of Java on my computer, which is what I currently have. As far as the... Yeah, well, I can't disagree with you as far as the modded community of 1.7.10. If you would ask me which I would rather have, the mod packs from 1.7.10 and the mods from 1.7.10, or the way they are in 1.19, again, 1.7.10 all the way, minus a couple things. I do like what thermal expansion has done. I think thermal, for the most part, there's a few things they've done that I'm still a little leery on. But for the most part, I kind of like the way thermal expansion has changed. I don't agree with the way that they fucked over, and it's their material. They can do whatever they want with it. Don't misunderstand me here, but changing the formula for Enderium to be as cheap as they have, I don't like that. They completely got rid of platinum. And you just use, I think it's lead now instead of platinum, which is so easy to get versus platinum. I don't know why in the fuck they chose to do that. I don't like that. Immersive engineering. I like what immersive engineering has done in the more recent changes, in the more recent versions than the way it was in 1.7.10. I still don't understand why there's uranium in the fucking world and we're 4 versions later and they still ain't figured out how to make a reactor. I'm still confused on that one, but I'm sure as fuck not gonna go ask the guy because he's an asshole. But for the most part, I like the modded community. You know, I like IC2. I like Buildcraft. You know, Buildcraft in 1.12 was broken as fuck. It doesn't exist, or it's going to be in one of those stupid things. Are you going to hold that pump, or are you going to throw it at me?
Gonna be in Colt, probably.
And it's going to be in something stupid.
Yeah, Colt seems stupider.
The fact that the community is broken into multiple different ways between Forge, Fabric, Quilt, every other fucking stupid thing you can think of. Oh, yeah, and the new fucking whatever the fuck that Forge thing is you just said.
It's Neoforge. Literally stands for New Forge.
Okay, yeah, that's just dumb and annoys the shit out of me. But the game seems to run better in 119. I also like the expanded world. I like how you can go so much deeper. It gives you so much more room to put ores and things underground. I love mining. So obviously I like that part. I actually, believe it or not, I like it that diamonds are not as easy to find because they're not on this one little band between, 16 and 0. They're between like -40 and -64 or something. I don't know what it is.
I think they're increasing that in newer versions or something. In snapshots. Increasing diamonds.
Oh, are they?
I think so.
Well, I like it because it actually makes it to where you can't. It makes caving for diamonds more viable than strip mining. Strip mining sucks. And so when you have it that way, it's just more of a caving for them is usually better. Otherwise you're just mining for fucking ever. What am I doing? 1, 2, 3. I really don't like that I can punch that easy. Why can I punch these bricks out so easy? Okay, so 2 gap, 1, 2, blink, 1, 2, blink, and that should be what we need there. And then we just need to get the pipe set up. And you could ask Trends, I came to 119, I came to 116, kicking and screaming the whole way. I was very against modern Minecraft for a long fucking time. But once I get myself in here, I kind of like a lot of it. I'm still not a fan of the fucking combat. Don't get me wrong. I still hate the cooldown on fucking axes. What do we need this one set at? Export 1. So it should just work as it is, because they're all on export mode 1. Just going to hit them to make sure. And then this needs to be, is this the same thing? Export mode 1. Okay. So then We can technically do this like show. That one there. That one. I don't think I did that right. Hold on. Crowbar. Give me that. Asshole.
By the way, speaking of world denial, some people are going to say that cubic chunks exist, but that mod has always been incompatible with everything.
What the fuck did you just say? Something about cubic chunks and being compatible.
And I was saying people might say that cubic chunks exist, but saying that mod is incompatible with everything.
I didn't know there was such a mod.
Yeah, basically allows you to have mods with infinite height limit and infinite depth. Well, technically infinite, it's still limited to same distance as the overall, world border and stuff. Just, in Y instead of X or Z.
Okay, let's see if this works. Just gonna throw one of these in each one of these. And then we're gonna throw all of this up here. And that should start filling all of these. I'm gonna need more wood to see if it does all of it. What are you currently working on? You want to make us a macerator?
Yeah, I can.
As much coal as we go through, we really need a second macerator for it, rather than me trying to run it through the other one. MD should be fine. I don't think we need to go with HP. We'll try MD to start and see how it works. Alright, so it's got 3 of those set up and running. Okay, the creosote is still in there. Why is the creosote still in there? Is creosote building up in here? No. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Did I seriously just do what I think I just did? I seriously just did what I think I just did. You are a moron, sir. Fix your shit and stop being stupid. I just put 2 pumps on the same fucking cocoa. That was not smart. That not gonna work. Okay, I need to make one more. Well, technically, do I need another pipe? 1, 2, 3. No, this one is actually one further than what it needs to be. So now, oop, and this will be the next block. Oop, 1, 2. Ugh. 1, 2. Okay, I have one issue with these textures. There's no line on the middle. Can't count. There we go. So 1, 2, 3. We have one there. 1, 2, 3. We have one there. 1, 2, 3. We need one there. And then this would be the last 3. We can do one there. Okay, so now all of the creosote should be out, which it is. Okay, that takes care of that part. Now let's get the output pipe hooked back up. Okay, now that should pull everything out. Let's see if it does so. Hopefully, we don't need bigger pipes. It does not look like we have any red steel made up. We got 5 rose gold. You'd think I would remember this by now. Okay. Rose gold, brass, steel, and black steel. And it's 2 and 4. Okay. And we got 1 brass. So let me make up another set of brass real quick. Thought we had zinc on the end. Apparently not. Where the fuck is the zinc? I think we did have zinc on the end. I think this got in the fucking way. I think we might actually be out of zinc.
Oh, there's some zinc in the chest at the end.
Oh, okay. That's where that's supposed to be. Ooh, we're running low on power. Alright, let's kick this bitch back on. Not a power because these turned off again. Yeah, hold on, you're gonna have a issue of power for just a minute. I'm making steel, so some of it's going into here. Alright, they're full, so you should be getting power again. And your red alloy wire's done. I took the red alloy and put it in the wire mill for you. Okay, rose gold is actually... Oh, motherfucker, hit the right button. I can never remember if this is 4 gold and 1 copper, or 4 copper and 1 gold. 4 gold, 1 copper. I need to remember that. Okay, so that gives me 10. We'll do 10 batches. So that means we're going to need 4 of the black steel, or 40 of the black steel, which is 1 black bronze, 3 steel, and 1 nickel. Gives 5. So if we need 40, that's 8 batches of this. So we're going to need 8 nickel and 8 black bronze. Do we have any black bronze? Lead, battery alloy, black bronze. Okay. So we need 8 of this. We need 8 of this. And we need to... wait a minute. Black steel. Yeah, we can do it with dust. So we need this. Okay, and then we need... How many was it I said for the... 3. So 3 times 8. 8, 16, 24. And then if we're doing 10 batches, we're going to need 20 steel. The fuck is my bow? There's my bow. Hey, creeper boy, eat arrow. Yeah, tree, asshole. Shit. I'm out of arrows. You got a weapon on your ass? Don't go out there. He got regen. He's got a backpack on him. Let me see it. We're gonna blow up our damn factory. Get away from him. Where's he at? I swear he just walked right across. Is he underneath our boiler? I don't want to go down there. Oh, he's up here. Come here, jackass. Get away from the fucking boiler. Alright, he dead. There's your axe back. Thank you. Okay. Take that out. We need this, that, and that. And that'll make our black steel.
Okay, master is done.
Okay. Thank you. Now I just got to figure out where I'm going to set this bad boy up at. I'm probably going to set it up outside, so I'm going to have to make a roof for it. Make a little building for it. Damn it. Let's see, where do I want to do this at? I guess we can do it right over here. Let's get rid of...
Speaking of outside, Bear, I've been thinking, instead of doing a solar panel cover, what if I just make solar panel slabs?
Making solar panel slabs instead of a cover?
Hmm.
Why is that?
Because why does it need to be cover for? Easier
So
to
you
do
can-
is a slab.
So you can put it on a machine?
Maybe we could just put it on top of the machine regardless.
You would have to ask Greg why he chose to make them covers in GT5. In GT6, they're a full fucking block. We don't have solar panel covers. So, maybe well, you also have to remember in GT6, most machines don't accept electricity directly. So that could be more of a reason behind it. But yeah, you'd have to ask him why he chose to do it different. The only thing I can say different between is it makes your array a little bit different when you do it. I can't say I'm for or against either way. But if you have it as a cover, you can put the cover on the wire. And that makes your array, your solar array, different than if you have to have wires connecting all the covers. It makes it more condensed. So I'm not against you doing it as a slab.
You know, I think because the slab would just be a lot easier. I really don't see any benefit to making a cover.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really say that I'm for or against it either way. To me, I guess it's more the actual recipe for them that I would care more about than if you could actually, because I never really put them on machines, so I don't care as much about the ability to do that. So yeah, I think I'd be against it. Just running through my brain right now, all the different, trying to run through, I should say, different things that you could do with one versus the other. Yeah, I can't really see a reason for or against as far as gameplay goes. How are you going to make, what kind of
I may not
solar
have a brain,
panels are you
gentlemen,
going to do?
but I have an idea.
Are you going to make multiple voltages, or are you going to have one voltage?
I may not have a brain,
Yeah,
gentlemen,
yeah.
but I have an idea.
Multiple is nice for you, but be careful not to make it too OP.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can't really say that it's, well, I can't. You can say whatever the fuck you want. I can't say that it's really overpowered as long as you don't get up into the ridiculous ones where you can have like HV solar panel and have it in one block. To me, the solar panel is always about the array of them and the room that it takes up for them to get a decent amount of power. Like I've built 1,000 EU a tick solar flowers in GT6, and it takes a lot of fucking room to build that fucking thing. So I could see now in GT5U we had 1 volt, 8 volt, 16 volt that were possible. You couldn't get the recipe for a lot of these without going into configs and enabling them. So, but see, again, with the array thing, it's about, you also have to remember the, wait a minute, hold on. Why am I building this way the fuck over here? This is stupid. That means I gotta run the power way fucking further. Put the input on the other side, you idiot. is there a way to make like a solar array where the multi-block, where you have one block, okay, this block right here, that's the controller, and then every block solar panel you connect to it none of these do anything. All of these are stupid. This thing just knows they're connected. I'm thinking lag. If you've got each one of these ticking, if I build 500 solar panels and every one of them is ticking, isn't that bad for performance?
Yeah, probably.
So wouldn't it be better if you did it like this? This is the controller, and all of these are just idiot blocks. But the controller can know that they're connected as long as they're connected to one another. As long as the solar panels are touching one another, this thing can read that it's there, and then this is what actually does the ticking. These are just stupid blocks.
That could work.
And then you could also do it where you have to put like transformer upgrades on this thing, that it by default the controller can only put out, like, for instance, each solar panel is 1 volt per second per tick, whatever the fuck you choose. This thing can only do, it's a ULV machine. It can only do 8 volts. So if you connect up a 9th solar panel to it, you're going to blow it the fuck up. So you have to put your infrastructure into this. So you have to put a transformer upgrade on it that it can, or you have to, a transformer upgrade should work. That would then make it to where it would be a higher voltage. Or would you want to make one for every tier, where you have to change out the main one and not do an upgrade? Because I wouldn't want you to be able to just make one fucking dummy array block and connect 500 of them to it and it be able to put out fucking IV power or whatever. You should have to either upgrade it to a different version in world, or there should be one for each tier. And then it can only sustain so many of them depending on what tier of one you make or how you upgrade it. And I think if you did it with the being able to upgrade it thing, that would give you kind of a consequence. Because I like consequences in my shit, that you've got to pay attention and not throw too many of them there, or shit gonna go boom.
Yeah, only problem is we don't have transformer upgrades.
But I think that would give us a way of having an array and not really having to worry about the whole having multiple voltages. You only have one voltage. You have one solar panel. You just have to make as many of them as you want for the amount of power that you need. And they're going to take up a fuck ton of fucking room. So you can make IV fucking solar farm. But you're going to need a big fucking area. And later we'll get to the whole overheating mechanic. I'll leave that out for right now, but I would most love a fucking overheating mechanic. So motherfuckers can't sleep every night away, just keep their solar panels going. Sorry. Personal issue. Fucking hate that shit. Blame Axel, it's his fault. Okay, still has to be dust. So, I'm doing 10 batches, so I need... what the fuck was that? I need 20 steel, 40 black steel. And while we're discussing solar panels, we could always also do it as a solar boiler, and it'd be mirrors you're making instead of solar panels. You could have you could technically do both if you wanted to, but you could do mirrors that heats up water in a central column boiler. Don't know if you want to go for that kind of thing or not, but that's also an option. It would be a cheaper way for you to make your solar panels, but that again would take a whole nother different kind of build, because rather than having the central dummy controller, you would have some kind of sensor block on the boiler that would be able to collect the heat from the mirrors, and that would be what would have the logic of how many mirrors are hitting it. And then you would have to have a turbine that would be able to turn that steam into the power for you. So you could put the power into rarer materials to make solar panels, or you could use less rare materials, but a bigger infrastructure to do it the steam way. That would give people options.
Mm-hmm. Actually, do you remember once you showed me a solar array from a game, I think it was Fallout or something?
Oh, did I never show you that big motherfucker they have in Fallout New Vegas?
I think you did show me that once before.
Yeah, that thing's fucking awesome. There's there was a mod from Immersive, an add-on, that did a similar type of thing. They didn't have, it wasn't quite similar to Fallout, but similar to what we're talking about, where you had a big multi-block boiler tower thing in the center, and then you built on one of four sides, or all four sides, you built a mirror thing that did it. And yeah, that would be something like that was kind of cool too. Then you also have the rotary craft way of doing it, where that was, as far as I know, the laggiest way of doing it, because you actually had to direct each one of the mirrors at the fucking boiler thing. And I think each mirror actually, conveyed information of if it was getting sunlight or not, and all that kind of stuff. I think that was the laggier way of doing it. But those were fun to build too. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get a new wrench made. My wrench is about broke. Alright, what am I doing wrong? Is this the wrench that needs fucking plates? I never fucking remember. There's so many different fucking ways to make a damn wrench. Yes, this needs plates. Okay. I'm playing fucking GT4 again where it's not using plates, it's using ingots. Make it a plate, motherfucker. Need that for my axe, and then we need all of these for the armor. How are we doing power-wise right now? We are maxed the fuck out. So let's go ahead and cut this bitch for right now. And see, that's the one thing. Even though we're we may not need to have enough to fully sustain this thing, because right now we're not using enough power to need that much. So even if we don't have enough, we can let it build up in between sticks. I got sticks, moron. Alright, so there's a new axe. You got a wrench on you?
Yeah.
Let me see your wrench and your axe. You still got one of the axes that has smite on it. Do you prefer smite or sharpness?
Depends.
Well, I'm asking because we now have a smite 4 axe and a sharpness 3 axe. Which one do you want?
Sharpness, I guess.
Okay, you can have my new one. I'll take the one I just put together. Sharpness is nice. I prefer it for most things. The only time I really care about having smite is if I'm going for like the wither or some shit. But as many times as I have to kill fucking skeletons, it is kind of nice to just be able to smack them bitches in the face. Alright, we got 59 steel up there. That should sustain us for a little bit. Get my new armor made. There we go. Full protection 3 armor. Beautiful. And I'll just throw that over there in case we ever need it. We have it. Do I look good in red? And we have a decent amount of red steel. No, you don't. Well, thanks for trying to hurt my feelings. HSSE only. I was going to say, do I have to get a little flower to put behind my ear? Does that make it a little bit better? I don't think he has any armor that high. We have HSSE, but I don't think you can make it into armor. Yeah, he doesn't have armor that high yet. That's green. I'd have to go with S if I wanted it red, and that's more maroon. That's almost purplish. And you know me, I would go with HSSG because that's the generic one. So it'd be yellow. HSSE should give you slippery. Why should HSSE give you slippery? I don't remember what it's made out of. Manganese, cobalt, HSSG, and silicon. Slippery and speed. I do believe he has all of his, what it gives you from GT6. So if Greg didn't do it, you ain't getting it. And Greg ain't done any fucking armor yet. Somebody was giving him shit about that the other day. I need fucking armor. And he still ain't fucking got it. If I thought he would actually give a shit, I would give him shit that you got armor before he fucking did. But I don't think he'd care.
Yeah, though I think he prefers this over other GT recreations or whatever knockoffs.
I really do want one of these HSS swords. Sharpness 4. Durability's got to be ridiculous. I would have to say, though, the fact that HSS E, G, and S are all sharpness 4 is a little strange. You would think they'd be a little bit different. But again, he got this from Greg, so blame Greg. You don't even get anything if it's on a pickaxe. That sucks. Sharpness on axes. Good God, could you imagine making that? Fucking HSSS mortar. There is no way in hell I would waste that shit on a fucking mortar. Because that's the shit that takes iridium, isn't it? That's why I never make this crap. Yeah, iridium, osmiridium, and HSSG. Yeah, I don't ever make that shit. You can go fuck yourself. Have a nice day. Take a fuck you while you're heading out the door. Oh, You think we got time to make transformer? HV to MV transformer?
Maybe.
I don't know how much time you got, and I know Junior's going to be walking
No,
in the door here
actually,
pretty
I'm
quick.
starting to feel tired right now.
Okay. Then we'll work on getting this actually hooked up tomorrow. So that's first thing on the docket for tomorrow is we need a macerator or a transformer for our macerator. So, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 gets us to here. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Should take about 19 of these. And that gives me a little bit more. We're going to make up a few transformers because I'm going to start splitting this shit out into my little pod things that I like to do. Alright. Can technically go over right there. That should save us one. Alright, I can do the rest of it from up above. Get this all closed back in here so we don't have zombies in the wall. Nobody likes having zombies in the wall. There we go. Alright, so I think that's going to be it for today, folks. It's midnight. Junior will be home soon. He's getting tired, so we're going to get the hell out of here. Tomorrow we'll work on getting that macerator set up and automating in our coke and probably start on making a pyrolose oven and looking at that crop harvester we haven't tested yet. So we'll try to get that built and test it out a bit, see how it works. You too, Silverleaf. The only issue with that is we don't have a way of powering it currently because we don't have solar panels. So I'll have to run power out to it somehow. At least with this one, I think we can... Can we waterlog cables?
think so.
Yeah, waterlogged cable would count as a water block, right? So it would keep your farmland going. We're gonna have to try that tomorrow. But we're gonna work on that and probably work on getting these pods set up. So, see you guys tomorrow night. Bye, XR.